Chapter 98. Fuck you, idiot. Yang Ming kicked Jin Gang and directly kicked this guy to the ground. Then, he kicked him fiercely and scolded, "I'm in a good mood during this time, so I don't want to talk to you. How dare you jump on me?" Yang Ming didn't know where to vent his anger. Now that someone came back to help him vent his anger, how could he let him go? Originally, Jin Gang was a sports player. He should be able to spar with Yang Ming. However, Jin Gang didn't expect Yang Ming to attack suddenly. He was lying on the ground before he could react. He lost his advantage and could only be beaten up. Today, Chao Liwa got the big cannon, Brother Da, from the north of the city to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Moreover, he was afraid that Brother Da couldn't handle Yang Ming, so he specially called a few hooligans. If Yang Ming really couldn't handle it, they would gang up on him. No matter how good Yang Ming was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the wheel tactic. Jin Gang didn't dare to beat up a student in front of the school gate. Last time, Jin Shisen had already warned him. Principal Li was very angry. If Jin Gang caused trouble at this critical moment, Jin Shisen wouldn't be able to say anything. Therefore, for his job, Jin Gang didn't dare to cause trouble. Chao Liwa waited for a long time, but Jin Gang didn't come back. It was just a matter of minutes to find a student. Why was he so slow? Chow, what's wrong with your friend? Why didn't he come back after such a long time? Brother Do was a little impatient. Let me take a look. Chao Liwa felt strange too. Therefore, he walked to the entrance of the school from the alley. Before he reached the entrance, he saw Yang Ming kicking a person. The person who was kicked was Jin Gang. Chao Liwa was shocked and quickly reported to Brother Da. What? This guy has guts. Bring me there. Brother Da said angrily. Isn't this not giving me face? Yes, Brother Da. You must teach that brat a lesson. Chao Liwa hurriedly said. He's dead meat. Brother Da said arrogantly. Chao Liwa and Brother Da walked quickly to the school gate. Brother Da also saw Yang Ming, who was beating up Jin Gang. Why does this person look so familiar? Brother Da shook his head. I don't know any of the students here. Stop, Brother Da shouted in an imposing manner. It was like the appearance of the boss in a movie. Yang Ming was so angry that he didn't hear Brother Da's call at all. He continued to kick Jin Gang. You motherfucker, didn't you want to trick me? You want her uncle to fire me? Why don't you fire him? A weakling like you dares to act tough in front of me? If I don't beat you into a ninja turtle, you won't know why it carries a hard shell all day long. When Brother Da saw that the kid in front of him actually ignored him, he was furious. He went up and grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was in a mood. Seeing that someone was interrupting him, of course he would not let it go. He turned around and looked. It's actually an old acquaintance. It's really a small world. Yang Ming slapped him directly. Yu Xiangda, have you forgotten the pain after your scar healed? Yu Xiangda was stunned too. Coupled with the slap from Yang Ming, he was stunned. It's actually the guy who beat me up in the detention center. Why aren't you talking? Yang Ming looked at Yu Xiangda and said sarcastically, You were hired by Jin Gang, right? Yu Xiangda was angry in his heart. Motherfucker, why do I have to meet this guy everywhere? What happened in the detention center was a great humiliation to Yu Xiangda. However, because he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he could only swallow his anger. He didn't expect to meet this guy again after he came out. However, no matter how angry Yu Xiangda was, he knew that he couldn't fight today. Yang Ming's ruthlessness was still fresh in Yu Xiangda's memory. This guy would hit anywhere that could be fatal. He was very ruthless. Last time, he almost paralyzed Yu Xiangda. How could Yu Xiangda not be scared? However, Yu Xiangda wasn't ready to let go of Yang Ming, but he had to endure it today. Brother Yang, you came out too? Nonsense. I came out earlier than you. Don't you know how to talk? Yang Ming wasn't in a good mood today. If it was a normal day, he would definitely consider the consequences. No matter how ruthless Yang Ming was, he was just a student. He was no longer at the bottom of the society. However, Yu Xiangda was different. This guy was a professional gangster. If he really entangled with him, Yang Ming would be annoyed enough. Yu Xiangda endured his anger. He thought, wait until I take care of Bao Sanli, then I will deal with you. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. I was just passing by. Passing by? Passing by? Then you mean that you saw me hit someone, so you want to be a good Samaritan? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Oh, that's true. But if I knew that Brother Yang was here to teach someone a lesson, I wouldn't care about this. Brother Yang must have hit a bad guy. Yu Xiangda was now in an irreconcilable situation with Bao Sanli. If he fought with Yang Ming because of impulsiveness, both sides would definitely suffer in the end. If Bao Sanli took this opportunity to annex his forces in one fell swoop, then the loss outweighed the gain. So, Yu Xiangda continued to endure. Yang Ming beat up Jin Gang, and his mood was a lot better. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Seeing that Yu Xiangda was polite to him, Yang Ming couldn't say anything more. Anyway, he had vented his anger. Yang Ming hummed a little tune and went home. Jin Gang was completely desperate this time. Yang Ming is really a ruthless person. I can forget about revenge in this life. Even Brother Da is respectful to him. I'm nothing. Besides, our pure female lead, Chun Mingyin, locked herself in her room after returning home. Yang Ming, you bastard. Chun Mingyin threw the photo on the ground and stomped on it. She wanted to stomp Yang Ming out of the photo. I'll stomp you to death. Chun Mingyin scolded Yang Ming fiercely as she jumped around on the floor, but tears flowed down unwillingly. Didn't I just reject his unreasonable request twice? But I also hinted to him that after the college entrance examination, I will be his girlfriend. Is he so unambitious? He can't even hold it in for a few days? He actually went behind my back to find a prostitute. It's so hateful. The more Chun Mingyin thought about it, the more upset she felt. She supported herself on the bed and cried. Thinking of the little things she had done with Yang Ming in the past 3 months, Chun Mingyin was even more sad. Is everything over? Looking at the hairpin Yang Ming bought for her on the bedside table, Chun Mingyin grabbed it and threw it out of the window. She cried until the sky turned dark until there was a knock on the door. Yonyan, it's time for dinner. Chun Mingyin couldn't eat anything. Even if it was delicacies, she had no appetite. Yonyan, what's wrong? Are you asleep? Mom went in. Mother Chen saw that there was no movement inside and was about to open the door. Ah, Mom, I'll be right out. Don't open the door first. I'm changing. Chun Mingyin suddenly came back to her senses and said in a panic. The photos on the ground hadn't been picked up yet. Chun Mingyin didn't dare to let her mother in. This child, what's wrong with changing clothes? Are you afraid that Mom will look at you? Mother Chen smiled and said, then hurry up. Your dad and I are waiting for you. Oh, okay. Chun Mingyin replied mechanically. She quickly picked up the photos on the ground and hid them in the drawer under the bed. The door opened. Chun Mingyin tried to make herself look normal, but her listless look and red eyes betrayed her. Yonyan, what's wrong with you? Father Chen noticed his daughter's abnormality first. What happened to your eyes? Eyes? Oh, nothing, San got in. Chun Mingyin said in a hurry and lowered her head. San got in. Mom will take a look? Mother Chen said worriedly. No need, it's already fine. Chun Mingyin said quickly. Let's take a look. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination is coming. Don't let anything happen. Mother Chen was a little worried. Mother Chen pulled her wife. Because of the nature of work, he had a more acute observation than others. Experience told him that it was absolutely impossible for San to get into his daughter's eyes. Seeing her husband pull her, Mother Chen was stunned. But when she saw the hint in Father Chen's eyes, she immediately understood and shut her mouth. Chun Mingyin ate a few mouthfuls perfunctorily and lost her appetite. She was afraid that her parents would notice that she couldn't control her emotions. So she said, Mom, I will take a shower first. After that, she walked quickly to the bathroom. Just as she locked the door, tears slipped down again. Afraid that her parents would hear her sobbing, Chun Mingyin turned on the shower head and sat there blankly. The water from the shower head splashed on her face, mixed with her tears, and flowed to the floor. Until this moment, Chun Mingyin realized how important Yang Ming was to her. But he made such a big mistake behind her back. Could she still forgive him? The most important thing was that he made a mistake, but he never confessed to her. Chun Mingyin was letting her imagination run wild in the bathroom. Father Chun and Mother Chen couldn't sleep and eat peacefully outside. Chapter 99. Old Chun, what do you think happened to Yonyan today? Mother Chen looked suspiciously at the closed door of the bathroom and asked, "How would I know?" Father Chen shook his head. "Wasn't she fine when we went to school this morning? Why did she become like this when we came back?" "You are asking me." "Old Chen, you are the police. Why are you asking me?" Mother Chen complained. "Wife, the police aren't omnipotent. How can the police know everything?" Father Chen said with a bitter smile. "I just came back. How would I know?" "Then why don't you investigate and see what happened?" Mother Chen complained. "All right, I will investigate." Father Chen walked to his daughter's room helplessly. When he entered the room, the first thing that caught Father Chen's eyes was the messy bedding. There was a big wet mark on it. Chen Mingyan was so old. Obviously, it was impossible for her to wet the bed. It was obvious that there were tear marks. Father Chen sighed. It seemed that his guess was right. His daughter just cried. Father Chen hesitated for a while about his daughter's things. It was illegal to touch other people's privacy, not even his own daughter. Father Chen didn't want his daughter to look down on him. In the end, he walked out of the room. If his daughter was willing to say, she would have said it earlier. If she didn't want to say it, it meant that she didn't want him and Mother Chen to know. When he closed the door, Father Chen suddenly noticed a photo in the corner behind the door. He picked it up doubtfully. How did his daughter have this photo? However, Father Chen seemed to understand everything. He shook his head with a bitter smile. His daughter had grown up. There was actually a day when she was troubled by love. Father Chen felt that he should do his duty as a father. It wasn't a good idea to let his daughter be troubled like this. When Yang Ming returned home, he wasn't upset anymore. He had vented his anger. Although he was still depressed, he didn't show it. Therefore, Yang's father and Mother Yang didn't notice anything unusual. When he returned to his room, Yang Ming turned on his computer and logged into QQ. Hey, there are plenty of beauties. Yang Ming didn't think about Chen Mingyan's problem for the time being. Wild female teacher, are you there? There's no true love in this world. Yes, fight the landlord? Which room? Yang Ming asked habitually. Wild female teacher, I'm in a bad mood today. Can you chat with me for a while? There's no true love in this world. All right, I'm in a bad mood too. Let's talk some sense into each other. Wild female teacher, what's wrong with you? There's no true love in this world. Just like you. Wild female teacher, like me? I'm heartbroken. Don't tell me you're the same. There's no true love in this world. Well, something like that. Wild female teacher, your QQ profile clearly says there's no true love in this world. There's no true love in this world. Well, I just wrote it casually. Why are you in a bad mood? Did he fall out of love again? Wild female teacher, I might never see that person again, so I'm very sad. There's no true love in this world. What do you mean? He's dead? Wild female teacher, don't curse him. You're the one who is dead. There's no true love in this world. Then what's going on? Wild female teacher, he graduated. There's no true love in this world. Graduate? What do you mean? Aren't you a teacher? Isn't the person you like your colleague? Wild female teacher, he is my student. There's no true love in this world. Your student? It couldn't be, right? I couldn't tell that you were an old cow eating young grass. Not knowing why, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhao Ying. Sigh. I don't know if I could see her again in the future. It seems that this wild female teacher is in the same boat as me. Wild female teacher. I'm not that old. Why, you can't accept it. Are you looking down on me? There's no true love in this world. No. How could it be? I'm just surprised. Our experiences are similar. Wild female teacher. Why? Do you like your student too? Are you a teacher too? There's no true love in this world. Yang Ming didn't explain. He felt a little annoyed. Zhao Ying, Chen Mingyan, who do I like more? In terms of intimacy, Chen Mingyan is closer to me. But in terms of spiritual communication, Zhao Ying is closer to me. After several trials and tribulations together, their hearts are connected. Chen Mingyan will doubt me today because of Wang Jitao, but Zhao Ying won't. For example, Zhao Ying had never doubted that she had cheated in the exam results. However, Zhao Ying's attitude towards me that night in the association. Is it still possible between us? Chen Mingyan finally calmed down. Let's talk about the future later. If Yang Ming explains to me, will I forgive him? Chen Mingyan doesn't know. Maybe I will. A woman can easily forgive a man's infidelity. Chen Mingyan once read this sentence in a novel. At that time, she sneered at the author who wrote this sentence. But now, Chen Mingyan was a little shaken. She can't take it anymore. It's only been one night. It was hard for her to imagine if she would suffer from depression or something like that if this continued. Yeonyeon, do you have time? Talk to me for a while. Papa Chun said to his daughter who was drying her hair. Oh, I have to study. Chen Mingyan was not in a good mood and naturally didn't want to say anything more. You can study for a while. I'm usually busy with work, and we don't have time to talk. Papa Chin said, don't be nervous. Just treat me as your friend, not your elder. Oh, Chen Mingyan nodded. Since her father said so, she couldn't insist. Yeonyeon, the last time we had a heart-to-heart talk was when you were in the first year of junior high, right? Papa Chun found a topic to talk about. Yes, right? Chun Mingyan's thoughts returned to that time, and her gloomy mood improved slightly. She said a little embarrassedly, on the first day of junior high, a female classmate framed me for stealing her pencil sharpener. That's right. You cried in the room for the whole night. Hee, your mother and I were heartbroken. Papa Chun said, and the pencil sharpener that you bought for me was the same as hers. So she suspected me. Chen Mingyan nodded. Hee, I was still too young at that time and didn't know anything. It's not wrong to suspect. Your father, often suspect others too. But that's just a suspicion. Do you remember what you said to the female classmate? Papa Chen laughed. I told her that there was no evidence. Why did she suspect me? Chen Mingyan laughed too. Didn't I learn from you since I was young? Everything must be based on evidence. Yeah, I remember that she told you that she heard from someone else, right? Papa Chen asked. Yes, that's what she said. Chen Mingyan said, I told her that seeing is believing. That's right. What you hear is false, but what you see is true. But in many cases, what you see with your own eyes might not be the truth. Chun Fei laughed and shook his head. For example, your pencil sharpener. She obviously saw it too. You have the same pencil sharpener here, but what she saw might not be the truth, right? That's right. What we see may not be the truth. Chun Mingyan didn't understand why her father suddenly said this to her, but her mood suddenly became better. She had a feeling of being enlightened. Sometimes, when we see the existence of something, we will make a judgment based on our own wishful thinking and ignore the essence of the matter. Papa, Chun continued. Dad, can you do me a favor? Chun Mingyan clenched her teeth and made a decision. Although this decision might arouse her father's suspicion, she couldn't stand it. Especially after listening to her father's words, she felt more restless. If she really misunderstood Yang Ming because of this, then help? Of course, you don't have to be so polite with your father. Papa Chin knew that his daughter had thought it through. What's the matter? Just say it. Can you keep it a secret for me? Chun Mingyan hesitated. You won't even tell your mother? Papa Chin asked. And I'm afraid that Mom will scold me. Chun Mingyan nodded. All right, then you aren't afraid that I will scold you? Papa Chin smiled. You said it yourself just now. You are my friend now, not my father. Chun Mingyan retorted. All right, then I will keep it a secret for you. Now, I'm not your father, but your friend. Papa Chin promised. Dad, wait for me for a while. Chun Mingyan stood up and quickly ran back to her room. After a while, she came out with a stack of things. What is this? Papa Chun asked deliberately. Dad, I want you to help me find out. Did you have a mission today? If not, can you help me verify if these photos are photoshopped? Chun Mingyan handed the photos to her father. The novel had already said that the misunderstanding between little Mingyan and the protagonist was because of the appearance of the other female lead. Otherwise, little Mingyan wouldn't have tolerated the protagonist and other women if she didn't feel guilty. If this was considered as being depressed, then old you had nothing to say. Different people have different views. Chapter 100. What kind of photo is this? Papa Chun took the photo and pretended to look at it. Isn't this the photo of the police arresting someone? Where did you get it? Dad. Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me if you want to help or not. Chun Mingyan acted like a spoiled child. I definitely have to help, but since you treat me as a friend, shouldn't you tell me what happened to this photo? Papa Chun continued to act. Actually, the person in the photo is my classmate. Chun Mingyan hesitated and said, What classmate? Boyfriend? Papa Chun laughed. Of course not. It's just that we have a good relationship. Chun Mingyan blushed and said, Today, another classmate in my class gave me a stack of photos. They are the ones in your hand. Oh, then you should at least tell me the name of your classmate and who gave you the photos. Where did you get these photos from? Papa Chun asked casually. His name is Yang Ming. The person who gave me the photos is Wang Jitao. He's our class monitor. He said that he got the photos from an editor on a website. Then, Chun Mingyan told her father about the so-called origin of the photos. Wang Jitao, you brat, you finally gave yourself away. A cold smile appeared on Father Chen's face. Even in your dreams, you would never have thought that I was Chun Mingyan's father, right? You dare to take out this photo and make my daughter cry because of it. Do you think I'll let you go just like that? Wang Jitao, who was fantasizing at home, suddenly sneezed. It's summer. Why would he sneeze? Wang Jitao was confused. Okay, Dad will investigate for you tomorrow. But Yonyan, let me tell you, if Yang Ming really went to find a prostitute and was arrested as a prostitute, we will definitely inform the school. The school will definitely punish him. If he didn't, then this matter might not be what you think. Papa Chun was afraid that Chun Mingyan wouldn't be able to focus on her studies, so he purposely gave her a hint. As expected, Chun Mingyan smiled after hearing it. It was a relaxed smile from the bottom of her heart. Dad, thank you. I will go back to my room to study. And go ahead. Once there is news, Dad will tell you immediately. Papa Chun nodded. It seemed that his daughter's knot was untied. At night, Yang Ming was he? Feelings. Can I just stop thinking about it? Yang Ming turned over and turned on the table lamp. He took out the book that Chun Mingyan gave him, Latest Trends in the College Entrance Examination. Looking at the familiar notes, Yang Ming sighed. Maybe after a few days, Chun Mingyan would come around? I was too chauvinistic today. If I were to chase after Chun Mingyan today, would she give me a chance to explain myself? Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Wang Jitao, Yang Ming, will never let you go. I will ruin your reputation, Yang Ming thought fiercely. However, compared to Wang Jitao, there was still a huge gap. This strength referred to his economic strength and social status. Yang Ming could beat up Jin Gang on the streets, but he definitely wouldn't dare to beat up Wang Jitao. Jin Gang's biggest backer was his uncle, the school's political education director. However, Wang Jitao wasn't. If he beat him up, he would have plenty of opportunities to backstab him. Yang Ming didn't want his parents to be laid off because of him. Yang Ming believed that Wang Jitao had the ability to do so. As long as Father Wang gave Yang Father's factory some benefits, Yang Father's factory director would definitely be the first to lay off Yang Father. Money, in the end, it was still money. The only difference between him and Wang Jitao was money. As for social status, Yang Ming believed that as long as he had money, with his ability, it would be easy to make friends with some influential people. However, the most important thing now was to get into university. As long as he got into university, he would have enough time and reason to study how to make money. His parents wouldn't interfere with him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming fell into a deep sleep. Chun Mingyan, who knew the truth, also slept soundly. She had a dream, a very pleasant dream. She dreamt that the identification results of the photos were out. Her father told her that the photos were all computer-generated. Yang Ming came to find her the next day, and the two of them resolved the misunderstanding. Then, Chun Mingyan dreamt that she actually kissed Yang Ming. Until the alarm went off, Chun Mingyan was still smiling. In the dream, she didn't reject Yang Ming. How embarrassing. I believe that readers have already guessed that Father Chun was Chun Fei, the person in charge of Yang Ming's case. When he arrived at the police station, Chun Fei asked the technical department to collect the fingerprints on the photos. As for the authenticity of the photos, Chun Fei didn't think about it all because these photos were definitely real. Captain Chun, is there any new progress in Wang Jitao's case? Xia Shui just came to work in the morning and heard her colleagues talking about Wang Jitao's case. For people like Xia Shui, who just came out of the police academy, they always particularly hated evil, so they were particularly active in anything. And Wang Jitao took out a stack of photos. Chun Fei pointed to the things on the table and said, "At least it can prove that Wang Jitao is an insider." So, he said what his daughter told him yesterday. Wang Jitao is obviously lying. This isn't a police inspection at all. With this, we have reason to suspect that Wang Jitao is related to this matter. Xia Shui said, "Captain Chun, let me take people to arrest Wang Jitao now." Xia Shui, don't mess around. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't studied it in a meeting yet. Besides, the fingerprint record from the technical department hasn't come out yet. Chun Fei shook his head and said. That night, when Chun Fei got off work, Chen Mingyan couldn't wait to ask him about the photos. Chun Fei didn't know how to explain Yang Ming's case. He hadn't decided whether to tell his daughter the truth of the matter. So he just said perfunctorily, "Yonyan, what can be determined now is that on the date of the photos, we didn't conduct an inspection of the earthly paradise. I also checked the case record, and there wasn't a prostitute named Yang Ming. So we can preliminarily judge that Yang Ming didn't go to the prostitute." Really? Chen Mingyan was surprised and happy at the same time. It turned out that she really misunderstood Yang Ming. Really, as for the authenticity of the photos, this is not easy to identify. It requires very professional knowledge. Chun Fei said. So troublesome? Asked Chen Mingyan. But she didn't care about the authenticity of the photos. Last night, she had already figured it out. When two people are together, the most important thing is to trust each other. Of course, you look at the newspaper. The photo of the South China tiger has been identified for so long, but the results were still divided into two groups. Chun Fei smiled. That's true. Chen Mingyan nodded and ran back to the room to study happily. Right, the hair clip. Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered the hair clip that she threw downstairs yesterday. She quickly put on her shoes and ran downstairs. Yonyan, where are you going? Chun Fei was a little inexplicable. Are you going out? No, I'm going downstairs to pick up something. I'll be back soon. Chen Mingyan came downstairs and looked under her room window. Why is it gone? Chen Mingyan frowned. She was anxious. This was the first gift that Yang Ming gave her. I can only blame myself for being too impulsive yesterday. I actually threw such a meaningful thing downstairs. But the grass under the window was empty. There was no shadow of the hair clip. Logically, this kind of thing with a diamond should reflect light and be easy to find. Was it picked up by someone else? Chen Mingyan was a little depressed, but she was unwilling. Our little Mingyan classmate never thought that she would care so much about something. Love is harmful. Sister Yin, what are you looking for? A little girl who was playing downstairs ran to Chen Mingyan and asked. Chen Mingyan looked up and found that it was the child of her father's colleague. Sister is looking for a hair clip. Can you help me find it? Chen Mingyan smiled. Hair clip? Is it pink with a little butterfly pattern? The little girl suddenly asked. And Chen Mingyan heard and nodded excitedly. Yes. Did you see it? Yes, I picked it up and gave it to the guard of the community. I'll take you to get it. The little girl nodded. Chen Mingyan and the little girl came to the security room of the community. It was easy to get the hair clip from yesterday. Chen Mingyan looked left and right and found that it wasn't broken. Then she was relieved. It seems that God is looking after me. Chen Mingyan thought so. But why didn't Yang Ming call me? You should at least call and ask me, right? Chapter 101. After waiting for 2 days, Yang Ming still didn't call her. Chen Mingyan was very depressed. I'm a girl. Can't you take the initiative? In TV, when a girl makes a mistake, it's the boy who takes the initiative to apologize. Can't you allow me to throw a tantrum? Even if I'm misunderstood, you have to call and explain. As for Yang Ming, how could he not think about Chen Mingyan? It was just that he felt that Chen Mingyan actually believed Wang Jitao's slanderous words and didn't believe him. This made Yang Ming feel very uncomfortable. It's really embarrassing for my own woman to believe others. In this way, Both of them who misunderstood each other were waiting for the other to call first. On Chen Fei's side, there was no breakthrough progress, but the current things were enough to summon Wang Jitao to come over to assist in the investigation. Therefore, on the day before the college entrance examination, poor student Wang Jitao was brought to the police station's interrogation room by a group of young people led by Xia Shui, who abhorred evil. It had to be said that Wang Jitao's mouth was still quite tight. He refused to admit that he was involved in Yang Ming's framing incident. However, he also admitted that he lied. These photos weren't sold to him by a website editor, but from the waiter who confessed. But lying isn't a crime, right? After questioning for a night, they didn't get any useful information. Wang Jitao's father had already used his social connections to pressure Chen Fei. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Wang Jitao was released. However, Wang Jitao, who was illuminated by the light bulb for a night, had a blank mind. Although it didn't delay the college entrance examination, the papers were a mess. Wang Jitao, who could have gone to first-grade college, might not even be able to go to a third-grade college now. But who could be blamed for this? June 7th. This was a day that made the examinees in the country excited, nervous, and excited. Those who were willing, unwilling, prepared, and unprepared would all enter the most important stage of their life on this day, the college entrance exam. However, compared to the examinees, the ones who were more nervous were their parents, who didn't want their children to have a good future. Yang Ming had arrived at the examination hall very early. His purpose was to observe the terrain. If his position was too strange, he would be able to take countermeasures in advance. Of course, this didn't happen. Yang Ming's seat wasn't at the end. He was at the third last table. Yang Ming placed his bag on the side of the podium. This was necessary because the desks were reversed and there was no place for personal belongings. Only stationery, drinks, towels for wiping sweat, or facial tissues are allowed on the table. This position was quite good for Yang Ming. First of all, there were many people's papers in front of him that he could copy. On the right side of Yang Ming, there was a wall. On the other side of the wall was an aisle corridor. The other side of the corridor was also the examination hall. In other words, Yang Ming could refer to more people's answers. The first subject was Chinese. This was considered a weakness for Yang Ming because many of the answers were inductive and summative. There were also 2 essays. These couldn't be copied. However, other basic knowledge could be borrowed from others. Therefore, when the paper came out, Yang Ming began to focus on the essay. The content of the essay was to write an 800-word essay based on a paragraph of text. This paragraph of text was about a tourist, an eagle, and a sea turtle. This kind of nonsensical essay was the best for Yang Ming. After a series of fabrications to explain his point of view, he made an inductive conclusion and an essay was written. The other questions were easy to deal with. He just had to follow the synthesis and induction written by others. It was estimated that the score of this paper wouldn't be low. The other subjects were also done in this way. Yang Ming estimated that there wouldn't be any problem to be admitted to Songjiang Industry University. But what could he do even if he was admitted? When he thought of Chun Mengyan, Yang Ming's mood began to be depressed again. Forget it. I will just treat it as winning glory for my parents. Yang Ming thought in his heart. In fact, although this matter affected Yang Ming's mood, it couldn't affect Yang Ming's results. Yang Ming's results came from his special ability. It had nothing to do with his exam mood. Even if his mood was bad, as long as his special ability was still in his body, Yang Ming could still get good results. The pitiful thing was that Wang Jitao wanted to harm Yang Ming, but he shot himself in the foot. On the first day of the exam, Wang Jitao couldn't use the word bad to describe it. The Chinese essay was turned into a fantasy novel. The essay topic was reborn as a tortoise. This wasn't the end of it. The H-plot appeared in times. He would be grateful if he didn't get his marks deducted. Wang Jitao didn't want to do this, but his brain was dizzy. He didn't know what he was writing. When his spirit was a little better the next day, he thought of the stupid essay he wrote on the first day. He knew that he had no hope in the college entrance examination. His mood was very low, and he didn't perform well in the following subjects. After the college entrance examination, The first thing Yang Ming wanted to do was to study how he could make money. Yang Ming first thought was to buy a lottery ticket, but at this time, Song Jiang didn't have such lottery tickets. So, he had to think of another way. After the college entrance examination, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Bin. Yang Ming, how was the exam? Is it okay to go to Song Jiang Industry University? It's okay. How about you? Yang Ming knew that Zhang Bin's grades weren't good. With his standard, it was good to go to college. Me? You know my standard. But my dad said that as long as it's not too bad, we can find someone to go to XX College in Songjiang Industry University. Zhang Bin said, we still go to school together. It's just that my graduation certificate is different from yours. But it doesn't matter. My dad has arranged a way for me. After graduation, I will sell jewelry with him. It's better to have a good father than to learn mathematics and physics. This sentence was right. Yang Ming was a little speechless. Zhang Bin's grades were very bad, but he could inherit the family business in the future. Zhang Bin's father was in the jewelry business. Although it wasn't as good as Wang Jitao's family's Xiongfeng group, it was still a rich man. So, Zhang Bin didn't need to worry about money. In my opinion, you don't even need to go to college. You can just help your dad directly. Yang Ming smiled. How can that be? I still want to play for 2 more years. Besides, I want to study business management in the future. My dad also agrees. After all, the management experience of the older generation isn't very suitable in the future. Zhang Bin said, that's right. Right? Why are you looking for me? Asked Yang Ming. How about going out for a walk? You are so bored at home. Zhang Bin suggested. In the class, he had a good relationship with Yang Ming. Both of them sat at the same table. They were both bad students, so their relationship was relatively close. After that, Yang Ming suddenly became a force to be reckoned with, but he didn't despise Zhang Bin because of this. This made Zhang Bin feel very happy. He made a real friend. Okay, I have nothing to do. Where do you want to go? Asked Yang Ming. Come to my house, said Zhang Bin. Damn, where's your house? I haven't been there before, said Yang Ming. Huashang District. You can take a taxi here. Hurry up. I will reimburse you. Zhang Bin knew the situation of Yang Ming's family, so he said directly, okay, this is what you said. I will go around Songjiang. You have to reimburse me. Yang Ming wasn't polite. Okay, I'm looking at the watch. If you don't arrive in 15 minutes, it will be invalid, said Zhang Bin immediately. No problem. Yang Ming hung up the phone, put on his shoes, and went downstairs. Out of the community, he directly stopped a taxi and went straight to Zhang Bin's house. After the college entrance examination, Chen Mingyan had nothing to do. She sat next to the computer and looked at the web page in boredom. Damn Yang Ming, why haven't you called me yet? Chen Mingyan raised her small fist and said angrily. However, at noon, Chen Mingyan couldn't help it. She picked up the phone and called Yang Ming. I don't care if I am reserved or not. I'm going all out. However, after the phone was connected, no one answered for a long time. This Yang Ming, he didn't stay at home after the exam. Where did he go? Chen Mingyan hung up the phone with some frustration. She wanted to call again later, but Chen Mingyan couldn't find the courage just now. She wanted to reach out a few times, but she retracted her hand. At this moment, Yang Ming just went out of the house. Thus, the fate of the two people once again brushed past each other. Yang Ming. When Yang Ming got out of the car, Zhang Bin ran over. It seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. Yang Ming wanted to pay the fare, but Zhang Bin directly handed the driver a 10 yuan bill. From Yang Ming's house to here, it was 9 yuan, plus 1 yuan of fuel surcharge. It was exactly 10 yuan. Yang Ming didn't argue with him. He knew that Zhang Bin's family was rich, so he didn't care about this. What Yang Ming lacked most now was money. Chapter 102. Sit anywhere. You're welcome. Yang Ming, what do you want to eat? There are fruits on the coffee table. Help yourself. Zhang Bin opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of drinks. He handed one to Yang Ming. Wang Laoji? Okay, I've been heaty these 2 days. Yang Ming took it and didn't hold back. He opened it and poured it into his mouth. What's there to be heaty about? You're proud of your relationship and exam. Zhang Bin sat beside Yang Ming. Relationship? He. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't know how Chen Mingyan is doing. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Zhang Bin asked. I guess so. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming, let me tell you. Girls need to be coaxed. You're a man. You have to take the initiative. Zhang Bin said, Don't blame me for not reminding you. Chen Mingyan is such an outstanding girl. She has a lot of pursuers. Don't let them take advantage of you. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Yang Ming was in a dilemma. From a relationship point of view, he was reluctant. But from the perspective of things, he felt that he couldn't take the initiative to be friendly with Chen Mingyan. When he saw Wang Jitao looking for Chen Mingyan, he didn't think much about it, because he knew that his girlfriend wasn't monitored every day. He had to give her enough trust. Even if Wang Jitao looked for Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming didn't think that Chen Mingyan would do anything to hurt him. So, he gave Chen Mingyan trust and privacy. But on the contrary, Chen Mingyan listened to some of Wang Jitao's slanderous words and doubted him. This made Yang Ming feel very disappointed. Then I won't say anything else. That's all. By the way, let's go to my dad's company later. He designed a new batch of jade pendants. You can pick one and give it to sister-in-law. She will be fine next day. Zhang Bin said. How can that be? How embarrassing. Yang Ming quickly refused. Jewelry was very expensive. Yang Ming didn't dare to accept it casually. Hey, a broken jade pendant wasn't anything valuable. It only cost around 100 yuan. When I go to university, my dad said that he will prepare 20 to 30 of them for me to carry with me. If I see any girl, I will give them to her. I will cast a wide net and focus on nurturing her. Zhang Bin said with a lewd smile. All right, let's talk about it when the time comes. Yang Ming heard Zhang Bin's words and knew that these things were really nothing to their family. After playing the Wii and Xbox 360 at Zhang Bin's house for a while, Yang Ming couldn't help but be amazed. There is actually such a fun game console. When I have the money, I will buy one too. In the afternoon, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin came to the jewelry market at Changjiang Road. Zhang Bin's family company was here. Of course, there were many stores and other shopping malls. Dad, this is my good brother, Yang Ming. He is the top student in our class. He is also preparing to enter Songjiang Industry University. Zhang Bin introduced him to a middle-aged man with a square face who was around 40 years old. Welcome. Once Zhang Jiafeng heard that his son was the top student in his class, he immediately smiled. Especially when he knew that Yang Ming was going to enter Songjiang Industry University, he was very enthusiastic. Who wouldn't want their child to play with a good student? Yang Ming, take care of Zhang Bin in school in the future. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming and I are good brothers. Yang Ming said with a smile. It seemed that Zhang Bin's father was quite approachable. No wonder Zhang Bin was never worried when he messed up in his exams. Dad, I brought Yang Ming here to pick a few pieces of jewelry for sister-in-law. Oh, I mean Yang Ming's girlfriend. Zhang Bin said directly. Zhang Bin. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he heard that. How could he say such things in front of his parents? This Zhang Bin, isn't he looking for trouble? Girlfriend? Zhang Jiafeng was stunned and immediately scolded. Zhang Bin, look at Yang Ming. Not only is he good in his studies, but he also has a girlfriend before entering university. When are you going to bring one back for me? Don't play those erotic videos all day long. You should learn from Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned. He sweated profusely. There are actually such parents. Yes. Wait until I enter university. I will definitely bring one back for you. Zhang Bin said to Yang Ming quietly and said to Zhang Jiafeng. And this is what you said? Zhang Jiafeng nodded and then said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you should help Zhang Bin with his matters. You should also help me check on him. Okay. Yang Ming sweated again. Dad, where's the new batch of jade pendants? Zhang Bin asked. Oh, you're talking about the batch from last week. I sorted out a portion and sold it at the store. There is still some left in the warehouse. Zhang Jiafeng said, the quality of these jade pendants isn't very good. They're substandard goods. You should bring Yang Ming to pick a better one. It's too cold to give away those jade pendants. Then, should I bring Yang Ming to pick some gold and silver jewelry? Zhang Bin asked. Sure, You can decide for those that are less than 1,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng said straightforwardly. Uncle Zhang, it doesn't have to be so expensive. Just pick a jade pendant. Gifts don't have to be too good. It's just a thought. When Yang Ming heard that it was 1,000 yuan, he quickly declined. Then it's up to you. Zhang Bin, you take care of Yang Ming. I still have something to do. Zhang Jiefeng said. Dad, you do what you need to do. Zhang Bin nodded casually. Yang Ming didn't know much about jade pendants. He just casually picked one that looked good and held in his hand. Yang Ming, you should pick more. After all, they're all my dad's. This guy is rich. Let's just treat it as killing the rich to help the poor. Zhang Bin suggested. Zhang Bin, if your dad heard this, wouldn't he be pissed to death? You also said that the pendant is your dad's. If it's yours, I won't hold back. Yang Ming laughed. That's true. Wait until I inherit the family business. You can take whatever you want. Zhang Bin nodded after listening. I'll drive a truck here. Yang Ming shook his head. Sure. You can even drive a tank here. Zhang Bin said after listening. At night, after Zhang Jiefeng finished his work, he invited Zhang Bin and Yang Ming out for a meal. Zhang Bin's mother was in charge of the store. She got off work late, so she didn't come over. Zhang Jiefeng's car was a Chrysler 300C. It was black in color and looked very stylish. Uncle Zhang, this car isn't bad. Yang Ming praised. It's a business car. It's not expensive. It's only around 300,000. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. I like this car style. It's very manly when you drive it. Indeed, the Chrysler 300C had a very expressive American design style and excellent German technology. This vintage luxury business car was favored by many businessmen. Yang Ming also liked this car. However, 300,000 was still an astronomical figure for him. Zhang Jiefeng drove the car to a high-end seafood restaurant near the labor park. After he got out of the car, he passed the key to the parking lot security guard and asked him to park the car for him. Then, he brought Zhang Bin and Yang Ming into the hotel. Yang Ming had the experience of going to earthly paradise. He didn't feel strange coming to such a high-end hotel. He calmly followed the waiter to a booth. Zhang Jiefeng didn't hesitate. He ordered 4 to 5 dishes in one go. He only put down the menu when Yang Ming stopped him and said that he couldn't eat anymore. Zhang Bin, in a few days, I'm going to Yunnan for a business deal. Do you want to go with me? Zhang Jiefeng poured himself a glass of beer. Follow you to Yunnan? It's meaningless for me to be left behind when you have to do your business. Zhang Bin shook his head. Why is it only you? Isn't there still Yang Ming? You two can have fun by yourselves. I'll just give you the money. Zhang Jiefeng continued. Since the National Higher Education Entrance Examination has ended, you can relax a little. Great. I'll go. Zhang Bin heard that he could go with Yang Ming, so he immediately shouted happily. Previously, he went with Zhang Jiefeng before. However, he was a kid in a group of 40 to 50 years old people. He couldn't have fun. I'll go. That's not good, right? Yang Ming was a little moved. Since he was young, he hadn't been to other places because of his family condition. With such a good opportunity in front of him, Yang Ming was naturally happy. However, he was afraid that it would bring trouble to Zhang Jiefeng. What not good about it? Logically speaking, I'm the one begging you to go with Zhang Bin. Zhang Jiefeng said, if you don't go, Zhang Bin definitely won't go. Take it as Uncle begging you. Uncle Zhang, please don't say that. I'll go. Since Yang Ming saw that Zhang Jiefeng said so, he couldn't say anything else. He quickly agreed, but he didn't insist. Uncle Zhang, I still have to go back home and discuss with my parents. That's easy. If they don't agree, you can give Uncle Zhang a call. I'll help you talk to them. Zhang Jiefeng said. A meal cost more than 1,000 yuan. However, Zhang Jiefeng didn't care. He seemed to think that this was a very common thing. Yang Ming sighed. He couldn't even reach the well-off level of Zhang Bin's family. How could he compete with Wang Jitao's family? It seemed that he had to find a way to get rich quickly with his special ability. Chapter 103. At night, Yang Ming told his parents about the idea of going to Yunnan with Zhang Bin. Yang's father and mother Yang agreed, but they were worried. Big Ming, it's not good for you to eat and live in other people's houses. Tomorrow, Dad will withdraw some money for you. We still have a lot of money from the lottery. Dad, I still have some money on hand. I haven't spent the prize money from the heroic deed. Yang Ming's account had 20,000 yuan. It seemed like he could use it to do something. Oh yeah, speaking of heroic deeds, I have to remind you that it's best to think twice before you act. When you're outside, you have to be careful at all times. Don't get into unnecessary trouble. If you encounter any difficulties, let the adults help you. You and Zhongbin shouldn't decide on your own. Yang Dehai reminded him. Dad, I know. Don't worry. I won't take the initiative to get into trouble. Yang Ming nodded and promised. In fact, even if his parents didn't say anything, Yang Ming would still be careful. Yunnan was at the border. It was connected to Myanmar and the Golden Triangle. There were a lot of drug dealers. These were all international criminal organizations. They were different from Yuxiangda. Yang Ming couldn't afford to offend them. Then I won't say much. Don't bring too much cash with you. Deposit it in your bank card and withdraw it when you need it. Oh yeah, the son of Aunt Wong, who works with your mom in the community, is from XX Bank. Ask him to help you apply for a gold card. The withdrawal fee can be reduced by half. Yang Dehai thought about it and said, Okay, that's great. Although the withdrawal fee was reduced by half, it was better to save as much as possible. Besides, applying for a gold card wasn't a problem. The college entrance exam results would be out around June 25th, so it wouldn't delay anything if he went out. On June 11th at 5 a.m., Zhang Jiefang's Chrysler appeared on time at Yang Ming's house. Today, Zhang Jiefang's driver was driving. Zhang Jiefang sat in the front passenger seat. Zhang Bin sat in the back seat. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he quickly opened the door and took over Yang Ming's luggage. Why did you bring so many things? Didn't I tell you? You don't have to bring anything with you when you go out to play. Just bring someone with you. If you lack anything, just spend money to buy it. I only brought a few sets of clothes. I didn't bring anything else. In fact, Yang Ming's bag was stuffed with a lot of daily necessities by Mother Yang, such as soap, towels, and toothbrushes. Yang Ming was really helpless, but he couldn't refuse. Yang Ming knew that these things were definitely available in big hotels. For a boss like Zhang Jiefang, he definitely wouldn't stay in a small hotel on the street. You don't have to bring clothes either. Look at me. I didn't bring anything. We could just buy some local clothes. Zhang Bin complained as he threw Yang Ming's travel bag into the trunk of the car. Perhaps because it was too early, there were not many cars on the road. It only took them half an hour to reach the airport. Zhang Jiefang's driver sent the three of them to the security checkpoint before he left. Sir, please open your luggage. A staff member said to Yang Ming. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked curiously. I don't seem to have brought any dangerous items, right? There's a fruit knife in your bag. Knives are not allowed on the plane. The staff member said. Knives are not allowed. Yang Ming was stunned. He had never been on a plane before, so of course he didn't know. This fruit knife was put in by Mother Yang. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't have the tools to peel the fruit when he ate it. Yang Ming was a bit confused. Is there such a rule? Luckily, he was going through a separate security checkpoint. He didn't have to go through the same passage as Zhang Jiefang and Zhang Bin. If not, it would be a bit embarrassing. Yang Ming had no choice but to take out the fruit knife and pass it to the staff member. Yang Ming didn't have many people queuing in the passage, so he was done quickly. However, Zhang Jiefang and Zhang Bin were still waiting. Since he was bored, Yang Ming casually looked at the businessmen who passed by with big and small bags. His curiosity made him want to see what other people brought when they went out. In front of him was a young woman who was carrying a small box. Yang Ming casually glanced at it. There was a pile of cosmetics and underwear. And what is that? Damn, it's actually a fake penis? Is it a self-comforter? I really didn't expect that she would have such a thing in her bag when she looked so decent. Yang Ming shook his head and began to search for the next target. Yang Ming suddenly felt that it was quite fun to peek at other people's luggage. Wait, what is that? A large knife. Damn, Yang Ming was so angry. I wasn't even allowed to bring a fruit knife. The man in sunglasses in front of me actually let me in with a large knife. Yang Ming said to the staff member with dissatisfaction, Hey, I only brought a fruit knife and you confiscated it. The person in front of me had a knife that was much longer than mine. Why didn't you confiscate his? In? The staff member was stunned and then asked Yang Ming calmly, "How did you know that he had a knife in his bag?" "Don't worry about how I know." "Why? Are you feeling guilty? Are you in cahoots with him?" Yang Ming suddenly thought, could it be that the staff member and the man in sunglasses were together? So they let him in? This wasn't Yang Ming looking for trouble. He was just bored waiting for Zhang Bin and his son. When he saw that his things were confiscated and the person in front of him was fine, he was a little unhappy. "Are you sure that he has a knife in his bag?" The staff member asked. Lying at the airport may be subject to legal liability. "I'm sure." Yang Ming nodded. The staff member gave a look to the person on the side. The person immediately walked to the side of the man in sunglasses. "Sorry, sir. Please cooperate with us to do another security check." "Do it again? Why? Didn't you do it already?" "What do you mean?" The man in sunglasses said with some dissatisfaction. "Cooperating with the security staff is the responsibility and obligation of every passenger. Please abide by it," the staff member said. "Damn, is there a mistake?" The man in sunglasses reluctantly followed the staff member back to the security desk. Because of Yang Ming's report, the security staff carefully checked the luggage of the man in sunglasses. As a result, they found a lead umbrella at the bottom. There was a knife in the umbrella. Yang Ming shook his head. It turned out that the X-ray couldn't penetrate lead items, and the umbrella was at the bottom of the luggage, so it was possible that it wasn't found during the inspection. Nowadays, airport security in many places had been replaced with the latest X-ray machine. It could penetrate metal, and the inspection was very strict. However, because of the plot of the novel, it was set that the X-ray machine in Songjiang Airport couldn't penetrate lead items. However, at this moment, Yang Ming already regretted it. Although in a sense, I did a good thing. This guy who took a knife on the plane definitely wanted to do something, but what if someone noticed me and asked me how I knew that this guy had a knife in his bag? Yang Ming didn't want to expose his ability. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took advantage of the chaos at this moment and quickly walked in the direction of the departure hall in front. "Yang Ming, why are you walking so fast?" Zhang Bin just passed the security check and saw Yang Ming walking in front, so he quickly shouted. Seeing that Zhang Bin caught up with him, Yang Ming hesitated and said, "I just found a knife at the security check. I was afraid that there would be an accident, so I left first." So that's it." Zhang Bin shook his head. "There are too many crazy people in this world." Fortunately, until the plane took off, no one came to find Yang Ming. Probably because the two security staff were more serious. They didn't care about Yang Ming, the informant. And the matter was as Yang Ming expected. The two staff almost lost their jobs because of a moment of negligence. How would they have the mind to care about Yang Ming? "Here." Zhang Bin took out 2 game consoles from his backpack and handed one to Yang Ming. NDSL. "You bought 2? Yang Ming looked at the silver machine in his hand and looked at the white machine in Zhang Bin's hand and asked, "You didn't buy another one because of me, right?" "Yeah. Your one is a domestic limited edition platinum. I just bought it yesterday." Zhang Bin said, "I found that Mario Kart can be played online by 2 people, so I bought one for you. Let's play together. But I'm still used to the original old one, so I gave you the new one. This thing is more than 1,000 yuan, right?" Yang Ming was speechless. He is really rich. Yang Ming now knew what a rich person is. And it seems that Zhang Bin isn't the kind of person who is particularly rich. AI. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan isn't the kind of girl who despises the poor and favors the rich. Otherwise, I would have lost to Wang Jitao before I could compete. Chapter 104. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at Yunnan. Zhang Jiafan's business partner was there to meet them. Once they got off the plane, the other party welcomed them warmly. "Boss Zhang, how have you been?" The other party shook hands with Zhang Jiafan. "Boss Wu, you even changed your car to a Hummer. It seems like you earned quite a bit this year." Zhang Jiafan laughed. "You flatter me. It's all thanks to you guys who took care of me." Wu Fatsai said. Wu Fatsai's name was interesting. When he was young, his family was poor. His parents hoped that he would be rich in the future, so they gave him the name Wu Fatsai. His surname was Wu, so it sounded like he wasn't rich. But Wu Fatsai had made a lot of money in the past few years. From a few thousand yuan at the beginning, he had earned hundreds of millions. Why? How's the goods this time? You know that I'm not an expert, so I rarely play this game. I only play when the goods have a high quality. Zhang Jiafeng said. Boss Zhang, don't worry. The stones from Myanmar are definitely good. If it wasn't because we were drinking at the table, I wouldn't have thought of helping you. Wu Fatsai said. How's the price? This was the question that Zhang Jiafeng was most concerned about. A goods. The price is about the same as B goods. 500 yuan per piece. Wu Fatsai said. 500? So expensive? Wasn't it 200 the last time I was here? Zhang Jiafeng asked exaggeratedly. My boss Zhang, you're in this business. How could you not know? The last time it was B goods, and the stones weren't as big as this one. Wu Fatsai said. You will know when you see the goods tomorrow. Wu Fatsai had already arranged a place for them to stay. It was a 3-star hotel. The environment wasn't bad. Since it was arranged by others, Zhang Jiafeng couldn't be picky. Moreover, this place was really good. After placing the luggage, Wu Fatsai arranged a table for Zhang Jiafeng to welcome him. Zhang Jiafeng saw this and knew that even if tomorrow's goods weren't ideal, he had to take a few 100,000 yuan as a gesture. But in the business field, it was a matter of face. Although the benefits came first, under the situation of not harming both parties' benefits, face had to be taken care of. When they returned to the hotel at night, Zhang Jiafeng gave Zhang Bin 10,000 yuan and said, the two of you can go and play by yourselves tomorrow. If you don't have enough money, call me again. No problem. Zhang Bin quickly took the money. Usually, Zhang Jiafeng would give him a few 100 yuan as pocket money. This was the first time he was so generous. By the way, Uncle Zhang, what were you and Uncle Wu talking about today? Yang Ming was a little curious. Just now, when he was at the table, he was confused. A broken stone could be sold for 500 yuan? How could there be such a profitable thing in this world? Yang Ming really couldn't understand how Wu Fatsai could earn a net worth of hundreds of millions just by reselling stones for 3 years. What kind of speed was this? If he could find a similar line of work, it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed Wang Jitao. Oh, you were talking about the jadeite stone. Zhang Jiafeng drank a little too much. He wanted to show off in front of the younger generation. If it was a normal day, Zhang Jiafeng could still maintain the dignity of an elder. Now, he was like Yang Ming's buddy. He sat on the bed of the hotel and started to talk. Yang Ming, you know that Uncle Zhang is in the jewelry business. Other than gold, jade is also one of my most important business projects. Real jade has 2 types, soft and hard. Usually, jade refers to nephrite. Hard jade has another popular name, jadeite. The stones that we talked about with your Uncle Wu today were unopened jadeite stones. In other words, we don't know if they're jadeite stones. Because jadeite has a few grades, the best ones are the ones that we're talking about. Those that are behind are the inferior ones. Jadeite stones look like stones, so we usually call them stones in the industry. The trade of jadeite stones is the most mysterious trade in the jewelry industry. Its mystery lies in the word gambling. Therefore, the buyer is also known as gambling on jadeite and stone. The surface of the jadeite stone usually has a layer of skin. Due to oxidation, the skin has become maroon, or various other colors. Generally, from the surface, you can't tell its true appearance at first glance. Even today, with the advancement of science, there is no instrument that can quickly determine whether the jadeite stone is jadeite or broken jade. At your uncle's level, I only play around occasionally. This kind of thing requires a lot of luck. Moreover, people don't even allow you to bring equipment to gamble on jadeite stones. It was the first time that Yang Ming heard of such a trade in this world. Isn't this almost the same as buying lottery tickets? Lottery, wait. Yang Ming seemed to have grasped something. Uncle Zhang, I want to go to the stone gambling place with you tomorrow. Can I? Of course, why not? If you are interested, Uncle can give you a few pieces. You and Zhang Bin can play with them by hand. Zhang Jiafeng said. Yang Ming, let's not go. What's there to see? Why don't we go around and play? Zhang Bin obviously wasn't interested in this. Zhang Bin, I haven't seen him before. I'm curious. It won't take up much time, so let's go and have a look. Yang Ming suggested. Yeah, Zhangbin, what's wrong with you, kid? Yang Ming is the guest, and you're the host. It's natural for the host to accompany the guest. All right, if you aren't willing, I won't give you pocket money in the future. Of course, Zhang Jiefeng wanted to let Zhangbin come into contact with this industry. Because of his huge family business, Zhangbin would definitely inherit it in the future. If Zhangbin had more contact, it wouldn't do any harm to him in the future. All right then, I'll go. When Zhangbin heard that he wasn't going to give money, he immediately became listless. Yang Ming smiled. How could he not understand Zhang Jiefeng's meaning? But he didn't expose it. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. When he returned to the room at night, Zhangbin was dissatisfied. He asked bitterly, Yang Ming, why are you interested in these things? It's so boring. I'm just curious. Yang Ming explained. Big brother, can't you be curious about something useful? I was still hoping to get a girl. Zhangbin complained. Get a girl? Forget about Yunnan. Haven't you read a novel by Wesley? It's about a person who had a one-night stand here. In the end, the one-night stand was a virgin. She wanted to force the person to marry her. Of course, the person didn't agree, so he ran away. In the end, the girl was angry and poisoned him. In the end, the person almost exploded and died. Yang Ming said, Damn, big brother, don't scare me. Why is what you said so pseudoscientific? Zhangbin couldn't help but feel a chill. Science? Yang Ming laughed. But in this world, there were a lot of things that couldn't be explained by science. Just like my special ability. Is it science or pseudoscience? You said it was science, right? With the current level of technology, it couldn't be explained. If you said it was pseudoscience, then how could you explain the phenomenon on Yang Ming's body? Therefore, things that couldn't be explained by science couldn't be explained by pseudoscience. What I said was true. If you don't believe me, you could try. Yang Ming decided to tease him. Damn, if I knew this, I wouldn't have come to this damn place. Damn, I'm so unlucky. Zhangbin fell on the bed dejectedly. I'm just scaring you. In fact, there are very few people who know how to use voodoo. In Yunnan, only the Miao people know how to use voodoo. Of course, not all the Miao people know how to use voodoo. Only a small number of people know how to use voodoo, and this small number of people usually live in isolated villages. They don't interact with others. Yang Ming looked at Zhangbin's appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. Besides, these people have a rule in their tribe. They are not allowed to use voodoo on unrelated people. Damn, I still feel that this is mysterious enough. No, I've decided. Zhangbin suddenly shouted. You decided? What did you decide? Yang Ming thought that he decided not to pick up girls here. I've decided. Before I pick up a girl, I have to check her ID card to see if she's from a minority ethnic group. Zhangbin said. Yang Ming was speechless. Is it that exaggerated? I'm just applying what I just learned. It's just a casual remark. This night, Yang Ming slept very well. Although the environment changed, Yang Ming's heart was very stable. This was because he finally found a place where he could use his strength. Even if he wasn't sure, he could at least try. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Jiefeng gave Wu Fatsai a call. Then, he brought Zhangbin and Yang Ming to Yunnan's Tingqiong. This was one of the main distribution centers of jadeite in the country. However, this was only a small matter. This was because the jewelry merchants who had connections didn't pick up their goods in Tingqiong anymore. Instead, they went directly to Yangon to pick up their goods. For example, Wu Fatsai would pick up his goods in Yangon and sell them back in China. Chapter 105. Tingqiong County was only 80 kilometers away from the world's only source of raw jade, Myanmar. In the 70s, the country introduced a policy to develop foreign trade. Tingqiong's raw jade business started to prosper again. In the decades after that, Tingqiong played an important role in the global jade trade center. That was the spring of Tingqiong's jade industry. In 1996, the Myanmar government announced that private trading of raw jade was not allowed. They blocked the smuggling route of Myanmar merchants. Most of the jade trade returned to Myanmar. That was the beginning of the winter of Tingqiong's jade trade. Powerful merchants went directly to Myanmar's Wa City or Yangon to get their goods. Tengchong became a place for small and medium merchants. Jewelry merchants like Zhang Jiefeng could only go to Tengchong to get their goods. He had enough money to go to Myanmar, but he didn't have the experience. For example, the raw jade auction in Yangon was sold in piles. A pile of stones could be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. People like Zhang Jiefeng, who didn't have the experience, only had two options. One was to get a jade, and his value would skyrocket to hundreds of millions. The other was to go bankrupt and buy a pile of junk. Therefore, Zhang Jiefeng would rather buy a normal raw jade for 500 yuan a kilogram than gamble in Yangon. Wu Fatsai had already rushed back to Tengchong last night. Because Zhang Jiefeng had just arrived in Yunnan, he rested in Kunming for a night. There was no flight from Kunming to Tengchong. They could only take a bus. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at 8 p.m. Because Yang Ming and the rest followed, the hotel in Kunming was canceled. On the bus, Yang Ming tried his best to ask Zhang Jiefeng about jade. Uncle Zhang, 500 yuan for a kilogram of stone. Can you get your money back? That's hard to say. If you're lucky, you can earn a lot. If you are unlucky, you can break even. Of course, there are times when you lose money. You can only get junk jade. That's a small probability. If you buy a few thousand stones, you can at least get some good jade, right? Zhang Jiefeng smiled. Look at the jade pendants sold on the streets. They are actually jade, but there are too many impurities. They are considered bad jade. Usually, when I get this kind of stone, I will sell it to the small craftsmen. They will process it and sell it. I keep my own goods or grade or B-grade goods. In fact, sometimes one stone can earn back all the cost. Can't you see the quality of the stone from the outside? Asked Yang Ming. Of course you can't see it. Not to mention looking from the outside, even with an X-ray from the inside, it was not easy to determine the quality of the jade. They could only open it up and see. Of course, if anyone had X-ray vision, they would be able to see it directly. Haha, just kidding. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. If someone had such a special ability, he wouldn't be here to open the jade. Why not? Why? Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat when the speaker spoke without any intention of a listener. Until yesterday, he was determined to study jade gambling rules. Of S. Wong's. Until yesterday, he made a decision. Until yesterday's is calm. Now that he heard Zhang Jiefeng's words, there was a better business than jade gambling. So Yang Ming was curious. What's so strange about that? Think about it. If you have this ability, why would you need to open jade? Just go to the Pacific Ocean or deep in the mountains. With your X-ray vision, you can find any treasure. This is much better than jade gambling. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. Yang Ming broke into a cold sweat. Although the money that Zhang Jiefeng mentioned was quick, why did it feel unrealistic? Let Yang Ming go to the Pacific Ocean to find treasures? Let's not talk about whether he could find them. Even the initial investment wasn't a small amount. First of all, he had to have his own boat. He had to hire a lot of people. Then, fishing was a problem. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At least, Yang Ming couldn't do it now. Go into the deep mountains to find treasures? Wouldn't that require the help of digging equipment? Also, it was another matter if the local government would allow him to dig. That's true. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Also, for example, go to Africa. There's also stone gambling, but the gambling is diamond ores. It's more difficult, but more exciting. If you buy a bunch of ores, you could become rich overnight or even become a beggar overnight. Zhang Jiefeng continued. Well, the Poles sent me to Africa again. Yang Ming shook his head. The jade gambling in front of him was much more realistic. Also, the price was acceptable to him. If it was more expensive, Yang Ming didn't have the capital. Because he chatted with Zhang Bin until late into the night, both of them slept on the bus. Zhang Jiefeng was full of energy. He was watching a Hong Kong movie from the 90s with great interest. At night, the three of them arrived at Tengchong. Wu Fatsai kindly arranged a meal and a place to stay. They also agreed to go to the warehouse early in the morning to select some stones. Because Yang Ming and Zhang Bin slept in the afternoon, they were full of energy after the meal. Zhang Jiefeng drank too much, so he went back to the hotel to sleep. Yang Ming, how about we go out for a walk? Zhangbin wasn't willing to stay in the hotel so early. It was only 9 o'clock. Tengchong had a tropical monsoon climate. The average temperature was 14.8 degrees Celsius. There was no cold in winter and no heat in summer, so the climate was refreshing. Yang Ming looked at the bustling night scene and couldn't help but sigh. This county is actually so bustling. The night market here mostly sold small things like jade. Zhangbin's family was in this business, so naturally, he didn't care about these things. Because the things here couldn't possibly be good. Two handsome guys, do you want to have some fun? A prostitute stood in front of the two of them. No. Yang Ming opened his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhangbin and the pimp talking. How much is it per time? Zhangbin asked. 1 hour is 400. The whole night is 800. Full service. The pimp saw that someone was hooked, so he quickly said, 1 hour is 400? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhangbin said, 200 yuan, the national price. 200 is 200, but you have to wear a condom. The pimp saw that the person in front of him was a veteran, so he said helplessly, damn, I wouldn't dare to do such a dangerous thing. Who knows if it would be a lousy chick? Zhangbin nodded and said, lead the way. Zhangbin. Yang Ming quickly pulled Zhangbin's sleeve. Are you serious? Are you coming out to play? I just want to have some fun. Why? Yang Ming, don't tell me you're still a virgin. Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Of course not. Yang Ming was embarrassed. In today's world, women are most afraid of others saying that they are not a virgin, but men are most afraid of others saying that they are a virgin. It sounds a bit contradictory, huh? But in fact, it is like this. Oh, I understand, Zhangbin said with an I understand look. Don't worry, I won't tell Mingyin's sister-in-law. This is our little secret. Yang Ming was helpless. He was not a casual person. Although sometimes he was not a person when he was casual, that was with the girl he liked. He was still somewhat resistant to a union without feelings. Seeing that Zhangbin was in high spirits, Yang Ming was helpless. He had to follow Zhangbin to a bath center. For example, the woman who solicited customers just now generally had an agreement with the bath center. She received a commission. Her income was linked to Yang Ming's consumption. Zhangbin skillfully picked a beautiful lady and hugged her in his arms. It could be seen that he often visited this kind of place. Yang Ming, who was a veteran, was now embarrassed. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming, who was standing there motionless, and whispered in his ear, Dude, are you really a virgin? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. From a physiological point of view, he was no longer a virgin. He had a relationship with a little girl named Lin Jiyun, but he couldn't remember the feeling at that time. So from a psychological point of view, Yang Ming was still a virgin. Zhangbin was more experienced in this regard than Yang Ming. When he saw Yang Ming's appearance, he guessed it in his heart. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied. Before Yang Ming could speak, Zhangbin let go of the lady next to him and walked to the lobby manager, who was actually the procuress. Sir, is there a problem? The lobby manager saw it when the two came in. Zhangbin was a veteran, and Yang Ming was a novice, so she didn't dare to fool Zhangbin. My buddy came to this kind of place for the first time. Is there any cleaner goods? Asked Zhangbin. Chapter 106. We do have this, but the price isn't 200 anymore. The lobby manager hesitated and said, I know this. Give me a price. Zhangbin said, 3,000. It's a virgin. The lobby manager said softly, Virgin? Nothing bad will happen, right? Zhangbin asked suspiciously. Her dad sent her here personally. He took 2,000 from me, so I added 1,000. It's reasonable. The lobby manager explained. Zhangbin nodded. Money wasn't a problem. He had more than 10,000 in his pocket. When he was outside, he was most afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble. In Songjiang, Zhang Jiefeng was considered a boss. He had a lot of authority, but it was different here. Once something happened, it wouldn't be easy to settle it. As for how much the lobby manager earned, Zhangbin didn't care. Whether it was 1,000 or 2,000, it had nothing to do with him. My uncle is in the stone business here. Don't lie to me. To be on the safe side, Zhang Bin warned the lobby manager. In Tengchong, those who were in the stone business were usually rich and ruthless people. It was more than enough to deal with a bathing center. How can that be? Don't worry, the lobby manager said with a smile. I'll say this first. If there isn't any blood, I won't give you the 3,000. Zhang Bin said. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that your brother will be satisfied. I guarantee a virgin's body and a slut's passion. The lobby manager smiled. After a few words, the lobby manager went to arrange it. Zhang Bin smiled at Yang Ming lecherously. Don't worry, brother. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Men carry guns together, go through windows together, and visit prostitutes together. We have 2 of them. Gaga. Zhang Bin, what did you say to the lobby manager just now? Yang Ming asked, even though he already knew. When he saw the lobby manager in Zhang Bin's lips, he already knew what they were talking about. Yang Ming's heart was struggling fiercely. Although he felt that going to prostitution was a little too much, men were animals who thought with the lower half of their body. It was fine to indulge once in a while, right? Was it necessary for her to protect her chastity? For whom? For Chen Mingyan? In the past few days, Yang Ming also understood that Wang Jitao and Chen Mingyan's words were nothing more than him betraying her. It was very likely that they were talking about Lin Jiyun's incident. Since Chen Mingyan didn't trust him, why should he care so much about these things? Therefore, when Yang Ming saw the lobby manager say that there were clean chicks, Yang Ming's heart started to itch again. Yang Ming didn't think that he was a lecher, but he wasn't a loyal person either. Therefore, it also caused him to want Chen Mingyan and even Zhao Ying after sleeping with Lin Jiyun. Looking for a prostitute was actually similar to a one-night stand. The difference was that one spent money and the other didn't. Now that someone was spending money for him, and the other party was a clean girl, Yang Ming didn't mind doing something with her. If it were before, Yang Ming might still hesitate, but now there was no Chen Mingyan's burden. Yang Ming didn't have to do anything for anyone. Since Zhang Bing had put it this way, if he still refused, it would be a little disrespectful to his brother. Zhang Bin might not say anything on the surface, but there would definitely be some unnaturalness between the 2 of them in the future. Therefore, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. It was better to talk to the sister first. If they hit it off, they would naturally go to bed. If they didn't hit it off, he had to pretend. At least, he had to wait until Zhang Bin was done. Hey, I found you a clean one. I heard that she is a virgin. Yang Ming, you are so good. I haven't slept with a virgin yet. Zhang Bin said with an exaggerated expression. I'm telling you. Pay attention to see if there are any drops of blood. If there aren't, I won't give them a penny. Yang Ming was speechless. This is too straightforward. Usually in school, I only knew that this kid was very erotic. He always did sex videos and one-night stands. I didn't expect him to be such a pervert. There was money to be made. The lobby manager was naturally happy. He said to the 2 waiters next to him, what about the little girl that was sent in the morning? She fell asleep after messing around for a while, said the waiters. Give her a bowl of medicine and send it to the private room upstairs. Ordered the lobby manager. Give her medicine? That's not very good, right? Asked the waiters. What's not good about it? Her father doesn't want her anymore. The lobby manager glared at the waiters and said, you hurry up and do it. The customer already said that if you don't serve her well, you won't get a penny. I know. The waiters saw that the lobby manager was angry. They didn't dare to say anything and immediately did as they were told. After arranging all of this, the lobby manager took Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to the private room upstairs. Of course, it was 2 private rooms. Otherwise, no one would feel good. Every minute of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Yang Ming, you have to feel good for a while. There aren't many chances, Zhang Bin said with a lewd smile. In this way, Yang Ming entered the private room half-heartedly. The door was closed with a bang. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Ming felt a hot body leaning toward him. Damn, Yang Ming's first thought was that he was cheated. Is this a pure girl? Listening to Zhang Bin's words, this girl should be a virgin. But is there a virgin who takes the initiative? Before Yang Ming could react, 2 red lips were on Yang Ming's mouth. She sucked on Yang Ming's lips. Her mouth made some vague and strange sounds. Isn't this too passionate? Yang Ming had some doubts. However, the sweet and fresh smell in the girl's mouth made Yang Ming very infatuated. She shouldn't be too bad, right? Yang Ming comforted himself. Yang Ming just realized that he hadn't kissed before. In this aspect, he was a complete novice. But if he hadn't kissed before, he would have watched an adult film. Yang Ming followed suit and began to suck on the sweet spring in the girl's mouth. It seemed that this girl was also a novice. Her small tongue was randomly exploring Yang Ming's mouth without any pattern. When she met Yang Ming, who was about the same, the two people turned into a tongue game of hide-and-seek. Wummy, when the girl opened her mouth to breathe, she vaguely moaned. However, this vague moan made Yang Ming's blood boil. Damn, this is too seductive. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but the girl's body began to rub against Yang Ming's body. At this time, Yang Ming had a chance to see the beauty in his arms. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old. Her delicate little face had become flushed. The girl closed her eyes tightly. Her small mouth opened and closed. She exhaled hot air on Yang Ming's face, making Yang Ming even more restless. Want me? The girl whispered again. Her hands began to tear Yang Ming's clothes. Damn, are virgins now so proactive? If I don't do it, then won't I be despised? Yang Ming found a reason for himself in his heart. Yes, if I don't do it, I will definitely be despised. Thinking of this, Yang Ming picked up the girl and threw himself on the bed. She quickly took off her clothes, and the young girl's clothes were torn to shreds by her own hands. The young girl let out a painful groan, her brows furrowed. She was really a virgin. Yang Ming felt a clear sense of barrier. However, the girl only paused for a moment before she began to twist her body actively. Yang Ming looked at the sleeping girl and had a headache. After calming down, he had the time to carefully observe the girl's appearance. Curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, delicate little mouth slightly tilted up, revealing a satisfied smile. Coupled with a head of half-length hair, she looked exactly like a little elf. Strictly speaking, the girl's figure was not very good, but it was very well proportioned. Her chest was not big, but it was very tall and straight. Her smooth skin with a reddish hue after climax was sparkling and translucent. In particular, the girl's madness just now made Yang Ming very fascinated. It was hard to imagine that this cute doll-like girl could be so wild when she did it. Could it be that I have a lolicon? A network now appeared in Yang Ming's mind. One night stands, the most taboo thing is to have feelings, and looking for a prostitute is even more so. But Yang Ming seemed to like this little lowly. At least he liked to make love with her. Yang Ming was a little distressed. From objective point of view, he had no feelings for the girl. From a physical point of view, he was very infatuated with this crazy feeling. Moreover, reason told him that this was just a one-night stand. He should pat his butt and leave. Moreover, this little lowly might not be an adult yet. Who knows if there would be trouble if he did it with her? Yang Ming was not stupid. From the girl's performance just now, it was obvious that she had been drugged. Just like last time in Earthly Paradise, sex with people was completely out of an instinct to vent. When she woke up, would she cry, make a fuss? Yang Ming regretted it again. How could this be so messed up? Chapter 107. If it was Zhang Bin, he might have already left. In fact, it was so. Zhang Bin had finished his pleasure, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't move, he went back to the room and found a lady to help him loosen his bones. Yang Ming's heart was really contradictory. Subconsciously, he told him to leave quickly. You'll be finished when the girl wakes up. But another deep voice said to himself, she is already your woman. Do you have the heart to leave her here? If you want to be a successful leader, you can't even protect your own woman. How can you fight with Wang Jitao? Forget it, I'm not a local. It's impossible to take her back. At most, I can reason with her and ask her not to do this kind of thing in the future. Don't I still have 20,000 yuan in savings? Take out 10,000 yuan and give it to her. Yang Ming shook his head, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Zhang Bin just came out of the shower. When he saw Yang Ming, he immediately smiled weirdly. Yang Ming, how was it? Was it good? Yang Ming suddenly met Zhang Bin. He was a little embarrassed, but he nodded. Right? If I take her away, the lobby manager won't say anything, right? No, generally, a virgin is a one-time deal. They only earn the difference. It's not a fixed lady here. Even if she doesn't want to do it, the old maid can't interfere. Zhang Bin said, why, bro? Don't tell me you like her? We'll talk about this later. Help me ask the lobby manager for a box of emergency contraceptive pills. Yang Ming whispered. Damn, you're awesome. You're awesome. Zhang Bin gave a thumbs up. It's the first time I see a whoremonger like you. After sex, you buy contraceptive pills for the lady. She's not a lady. You know, she has no choice. Yang Ming shook his head. It's sold downstairs. I'll accompany you to buy it. Zhang Bin said. Sure enough, on the side of the hall downstairs, there was a counter selling condoms, contraceptive pills, sex toys, and everything. Yang Ming bought a box of Yuding. He was a little embarrassed at first, but he saw a man beside him directly spend money to buy an electric dick. He even picked it up and studied it with a woman beside him. Yang Ming's face instantly became big. How do I use this medicine? Eat the first piece within 72 hours. Then eat the second piece after 12 hours. The seller explained. Oh, I know. Yang Ming nodded. At this time, Zhang Bing had finished negotiating with the lobby manager. Sure enough, the young girl had nothing to do with the bath center. It was better that the customer was willing to take her away. It saved the bath center the trouble of cleaning up the aftermath. But Zhang Bin bid 3,500 yuan. Originally, 3,200 yuan would have been enough, but he gave an extra 300 yuan as a tip. The lobby manager was so happy that his face bloomed. He kept praising Zhang Bin's coolness. The lobby manager did not lie. He counted out 2,000 yuan from the middle and put it in an envelope. He said to the cashier at the front desk, give this to the girl surnamed Lan later. Yang Ming knew that the girl's surname was Lan. Feeling the lobby manager's ambiguous eyes behind him, Yang Ming felt a little unnatural. In the room, Lan Ling had already woken up. After Yang Ming went out, she opened her eyes and stared at the closed door. She said faintly, Mom was right. Sure enough, there are no good men. You patted your butt and left, so don't blame me. Originally, Lan Ling thought that Yang Ming was a dead man when the door opened with a click. Lan Ling saw that the man who had just ravaged her was back. It was not appropriate to say that he had ravaged her. Although Lan Ling was forced to take the aphrodisiac, she was still conscious. It seemed that she took more initiative, so Lan Ling made a decision. If this man treated her better afterwards, she would tell him a secret. After all, she was also responsible for this matter. But if he patted his butt and left, then she would let him fend for himself. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Lan Ling subconsciously covered herself with the quilt, leaving only the part of her eyes exposed. She looked at Yang Ming nervously. You're awake? Yang Ming asked awkwardly. Lan Ling did not speak. This is the medicine I bought for you. Take it. Yang Ming put the box of birth control pills in front of the bed and then opened the bottle of mineral water in his hand. You don't want to get pregnant. Lan Ling looked at the birth control pills in front of her and then looked at Yang Ming. You came back to give me the pills? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. He nodded and then shook his head. Lan Ling frowned. If this is the case, you can go. I don't need to take the pills. I will deal with it myself. I'm actually... Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Damn, isn't it just persuading people? Can you not do this in the future? Then what should I do? Lan Ling asked faintly, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Girls were very concerned about their first time, especially girls like Lan Ling who had received traditional education since childhood. Therefore, in her heart, she was more inclined to think that Yang Ming would be good to her, instead of leaving her here and running away. Because the quilt completely covered Lan Ling's face, Yang Ming couldn't see her expression. He didn't know if she was happy or angry. But since it was decided, Yang Ming said to himself, you should still be in school at this age, right? Although your father doesn't want you, you can earn your own living. I have 10,000 yuan here. You can use it first. As Yang Ming said this, he took out a stack of money from his pocket and put it beside the bed. Fortunately, there was an ATM downstairs. Otherwise, he really didn't know where to get the money at this time. You don't want me? Lan Ling frowned slightly. Is this man good to me or bad to me? Yang Ming was helpless. Why wouldn't he want it? But what should he do after taking it? Bring Lan Ling back to Songjiang? What about Chen Mingyan? I'm not a local. Yang Ming explained. I can go with you. Lan Ling decided to give this man one last chance. If he didn't cherish it, then forget it. Yang Ming hesitated. A girl taking the initiative to let you take her away. This is such a big temptation. But I don't have economic strength and social status. If I take her back, I won't be able to get past my parents first. You don't have to say it. Lan Ling shook her head. It seemed that the man in front of her didn't want to take her away. I didn't mean that. In fact, you can follow me, but I mean that my feelings for you now only stop at liking your body. I don't understand you at all. Yang Ming was anxious and said what was in his heart. This was indeed what he thought. Oh, that's enough. You will slowly fall in love with me. Lan Ling smiled. Her eyes turned into a crescent moon. Why did you come out to sell yourself? I heard that your father doesn't want you anymore. Yang Ming sighed and sat on the bed. Do you think I want to? I was drugged. Lan Ling pulled down the quilt on her face, revealing her charming face with a bit of playfulness. Oh yeah, how old are you? Are you underage? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. 16 years old. I just became an adult. Don't worry. The police won't arrest you. Lan Ling was a little proud. It turns out that this guy isn't so calm. I didn't mean that. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. I mean that underage sex is not good for the growth of the body. Lan Ling didn't argue with him. Then why did you use so much force just now? Aren't you afraid of killing me? Ugh. It was you who was particularly crazy, right? Yang Ming laughed. Do you still want it? Lan Ling suddenly looked at Yang Ming very charmingly. Her blurred eyes directly ignited Yang Ming's desire again. There was no need for words. The two people's bodies intertwined together again. Lan Ling, who didn't have the aphrodisiac effect, was actually crazier than before. This time, her eyes were full of seductive charm. You still say that you don't like me? Then what is this time? After doing it, Lan Ling asked very mischievously. Yang Ming was speechless. If he said that he didn't like her now, then his behavior just now would be a hooligan. It's useless if you don't say it. I can feel what you are thinking in your heart. Lan Ling laid on Yang Ming's body and listened to his heartbeat. Yang Ming was really tempted. The beauty in front of him was enough to tempt any normal man. Her face was as pure as a fairy's, but on the bed, it was strangely wild. The charm in the innocence was one of the highest realms of the best women. How do you know what I am thinking? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. Because you're under my voodoo. Lan Ling said slowly. I can feel your love for me. Damn. What? Yang Ming suddenly jumped up from the bed. Did I hit the jackpot? Chapter 108. I'm poisoned with voodoo. Yang Ming jumped up from the bed. Isn't this too unbelievable? I just talked to Zhang Bin about this yesterday, and now it's happening to me. The probability of this happening is even lower than winning the lottery, but I actually got caught up in it. What did you say? I'm poisoned by your voodoo. You harm me? Yang Ming looked at the girl beside him angrily. You don't have to do this even if you want to restrain your man. Although Yang Ming felt that the man who was poisoned with voodoo deserved it when he read Wesley's novel, it was different when it happened to him. I didn't harm you. It's my mother. Lan Ling said slowly. When I was young, my mother put a voodoo in me. She told me that the voodoo will be transferred to any man who got my body. If the man had a change of heart, he would die, and he would die miserably. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. Yang Ming was surprised. He felt that this was unbelievable. How can I be so unlucky? I didn't lie to you. I'm an authentic meow person. My mother is a master of voodoo. Lan Ling smiled and said, Look at my ID card if you don't believe me. Forget it. How can you remove the voodoo in me? This was the question that Yang Ming was most concerned about. If the voodoo isn't removed, what will happen to Chen Mingyan? I can't remove it. Only my mother can remove it. Lan Ling shook her head and said proudly, Then let's go find your mother. Yang Ming suggested. My mother is already dead, Lan Ling suddenly said very dejectedly. Our family was originally very happy, but seeing Lan Ling's disappointed look, Yang Ming didn't continue to ask about the voodoo. Lan Ling talked about her experience. My mother passed away when I was 6 years old. She was killed by my father. My father likes to gamble. He gambled everything in our family and lost everything. After that, he lost everything and wanted to use my mother to pay off the debt. He made my mother sleep with one of his gambling friends. Just like that, my mother was humiliated by that person and committed suicide. Doesn't your mother know voodoo? Yang Ming was a little curious. How could such a person be insulted? Yes, my mother warned that person, but that person didn't listen. In the end, that person also died. He was killed by my mother. Lan Ling sighed. But mother... Lan Ling's voice was choked with sobs. The dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be sad, Yang Ming quickly consoled. He didn't expect that this fairy-like girl had such a sad past behind her. I'm not sad. Before my mother died, she told me that there are no good men in this world. She was afraid that I would be bullied by a heartless man in the future, so she planted a heart voodoo on me. Lan Ling shook her head. Are you still going to leave me? Of course not, Yang Ming said firmly. This time, there was no hesitation. Indeed, he agreed to let Lan Ling stay with him because of his guilt and fear of the heart voodoo. But now, Yang Ming had an impulse to pity this girl for the rest of her life. She was too pitiful. Both mother and daughter were betrayed by their father. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Lan Ling's mother was just a psychopath who had nothing better to do. Now he understood why Lan Ling's mother did this. That man wasn't human. Yang Ming hugged Lan Ling tightly in his arms. At this moment, he knew that he really liked this girl in his arms. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. Yang Ming was a little helpless. If this heart voodoo wasn't solved, then wouldn't his relationship with Chen Mingyan be better? You're thinking about another woman. Lan Ling suddenly said faintly. Yang Ming didn't expect Lan Ling to notice this. He was just thinking about Chen Mingyan. You have a girl that you like? Lan Ling asked. Yes, I don't want to lie to you. Yang Ming hesitated and said seriously. I admit that I like you a little now, but it doesn't mean that I can forget about others. I already have someone that I liked before, and my feelings for her are much deeper than yours. Then what do you want to do? Lan Ling asked back. Her expression was very cute, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Your mother knows how to use voodoo. You should know a little too, right? Can you help me to solve this heart voodoo? Yang Ming clenched his teeth and asked. I know a little, but this voodoo is very mysterious. Only the person who used the voodoo can solve the voodoo, Lan Ling said, not to mention that I only know a little. Yang Ming didn't expect her to solve the voodoo. He would think of a way in the future. So he changed the topic. What's your name? Lan Ling said. What about you? My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and said, Nice to meet you. Lan Ling was speechless. This guy is really shameless. He did this to me, and then hugged me and said nice to meet me. What is this? I'm just kidding. It's a nice name. Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's expression and knew what she was thinking. Really? I follow my mother's surname. Lan Ling shook her head. But it wasn't easy for your father to raise you to this age before selling you. Yang Ming felt that this matter was very strange. Do you think he wanted to? Lan Ling said angrily. Wasn't it because I could help him gamble? You helped him gamble? What's going on? Yang Ming asked. I have a strange ability since I was young. It can be said to be intuition. Lan Ling thought about it and said, for example, when I was in school, you gave me a multiple-choice test paper. I didn't look at the questions at all and answered the questions based on my intuition. The accuracy rate could reach more than 90%. It was because of this intuition that my father didn't sell me. He took me to help him gamble. Yang Ming was stunned. He knew that many people had the innate ability to foresee. It was known as the sixth sense. This feeling could predict the ominous luck of some things. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be such a person. Yang Ming suddenly felt that encountering Lan Ling wasn't so unlucky. Did I pick up a treasure? If I had Lan Ling's keen intuition and my own ability, It would be difficult to not become rich in the future. But the problem was Lan Ling's sixth sense really accurate? But if this was the case, wouldn't your father become rich? Why did he keep losing money? Yang Ming couldn't understand. It was accurate at the beginning, but as time went by, I needed to rest. Then, there would be a deviation. But my father gambled for a day and a night. In the end, I couldn't feel anything at all. Lan Ling said, with self-deprecation. Yang Ming nodded. A person like her father could be regarded as the best among gamblers. Most people would quit while they were ahead. It was rare to see someone like her father who could lose so much that he sold his money tree. Maybe he thought that it didn't matter if his daughter was fucked. She could still help him gamble in the future. Yang Ming and Lan Ling lingered for a while before they got up. After putting on her clothes, Lan Ling returned to her petite and cute appearance. He couldn't imagine her seductive appearance on the bed at all. Zhang Bin was already done. He was sitting in the lobby downstairs and joking with the lady. When he saw Yang Ming coming down, especially when he saw Lan Ling beside Yang Ming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Bro, you fucked a loli? What loli? My name is Lan Ling. Lan Ling immediately corrected him. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Didn't Lan Ling hear the word loli? She thought that the loli in Zhang Bin's mouth was an incorrect pronunciation. Lan Ling, oh. Hello. Zhang Bin was also sweating. How is this possible? The cashier at the front desk handed an envelope with 2,000 yuan to Lan Ling. Lan Ling didn't look at it and pushed it back. She said to the cashier, my father is here. You can give this money to him. Just say that I'm gone. I have nothing to do with him from now on. After that, she pulled Yang Ming out of the bath center. Although Lan Ling's mouth had a faint smile, Yang Ming knew that she was actually very sad. She was betrayed by her father for 2 yuan. Her feelings were imaginable. Yang Ming patted Lan Ling's shoulder. Lan Ling smiled at him and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Zhang Bin at the side didn't know the story, but he was envious. Damn, bro, you're so awesome. You're already flirting? Fuck off, Yang Ming said in a bad mood. It's all because of you. Damn it. How am I going to explain to Chen Mingyan when I go back? I'll keep it a secret for you. Zhang Bin quickly patted his chest and said, keep a secret? Is it useful to keep it a secret? The key question is, what about the voodoo? Chapter 109. When they came out, there were 2 of them. When they went back, there were 3 of them. 2 grown men with a little girl, especially Lan Ling, who was too young, made the taxi driver look at them with suspicion. It was no wonder. 2 men bringing a little loli to a hotel. Anyone would be suspicious of this. Since Lan Ling joined them, Yang Ming couldn't stay in the same room as Zhang Bin. Therefore, they agreed that Zhang Bin would stay in Zhang Jiefeng's room. Yang Ming and Lan Ling would stay in their original room. However, when Zhang Bin asked the waiter to help him open Zhang Jiefeng's room door, the waiter was suspicious. Who are you to him? I'm his son. Didn't you know that during the registration? Zhang Bin said with dissatisfaction. Are you sure you want to go in? The waiter asked with suspicion. If I don't go in, where am I going to sleep? Zhang Bin wasn't happy. You better listen to the door before you decide. The waiter reminded him with good intentions. What do you mean? Zhang Bin was confused, but he still put his ear to the door. Ah, use more force. Faster. It was a perverted female voice. You're so flirtatious. It was Zhang Jiefeng's voice. Damn, Zhang Bin scolded. Didn't you drink too much? Yang Ming was laughing at the side. This father and son are so alike. Lan Ling heard it too. She was laughing too. This little girl looks so pure, but her heart is. Are you saying she's a pervert? That's not right either. I can only say that she's more focused when she's doing it. Zhang Bin couldn't just go in and disturb his father, right? If that's the case, his future pocket money would be gone. Wait, maybe my pocket money will increase because of this. Zhang Bin's face suddenly showed an evil smile. Yang Ming, do you think my father will increase my pocket money in the future since I caught him? Damn, you're so cruel. You even tricked your own father. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Huh, if we don't scheme against him, who else would we scheme against? Zhang Bin said matter-of-factly, let's get another room. Unfortunately, there were no vacant rooms here. These 2 rooms were reserved by Wu Fatsai in advance. What to do? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a bitter expression. There's no other way. Let's share a room with 3 people. Lan Ling and I will share a bed, Yang Ming said helplessly. He couldn't possibly kick out the master, Zhang Bin, right? Lan Ling was a little unhappy. If the 3 of them were together, she wouldn't be able to be intimate with Yang Ming. She pouted as if Zhang Bin owed her money. Zhang Bin also saw that Lan Ling was unhappy. He said shamelessly, "You and Yang Ming can do whatever you want tonight. Just pretend that I'm not here." Damn, you still want to watch an erotic reality show? Yang Ming said disdainfully. If you have the ability, go to your father's room and watch. That's a good idea. But with my father's body shape, I'm not interested. Zhang Bin sighed. After Lan Ling took a shower, she got into Yang Ming's bed. Only her small head was exposed outside. She kept winking at Yang Ming. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Ming asked strangely. "Aya, come here," Lan Ling said. Yang Ming went to bed puzzledly. Lan Ling whispered, "I miss you. What should I do?" At night, Yang Ming was sleeping. He felt Lan Ling's petite, hot body climbing onto his body. Lan Ling's underwear was gone. This girl was taking off Yang Ming's underwear. "What are you going to do?" Yang Ming suddenly became sober. "Shoo!" Lan Ling made a shushing gesture. Then she slowly sat on Yang Ming's body. Hiss. Yang Ming felt so comfortable that he almost shouted, "You don't want to live anymore. Zhang Bin is over there. Don't make a sound," Lan Ling said. She bit her lip and moved her body up and down. It was obvious that this girl also wanted to make a sound, but she was holding it in. Yang Ming suddenly felt a different kind of excitement. Damn, it seems that I really have the potential to have an affair. Last time, it was Chun Mingyin who helped me take the plane. Zhang Bin was sitting next to me. This time it was with Lan Ling. Zhang Bin was also on the side. Slow down. Yang Ming couldn't stand Lan Ling's craziness. He was afraid that the movement was too loud and would wake Zhang Bin up. "No," Lan Ling said as she sped up her movement. Lan Ling couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Yang Ming was scared and quickly kissed her. Woo-woo. Although Lan Ling's mouth made a woo-woo sound, her movements didn't slow down. Suddenly, Lan Ling shivered and collapsed on Yang Ming's body. "What is it? You got all wet on me." Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "Sorry, I couldn't help but pee." Lan Ling was a little embarrassed. Yang Ming had watched adult movies before. Naturally, he knew what was going on. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be such a jerk. "Don't move. Don't take it out. Just sleep like this." Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was about to move and immediately stopped him. "But I have to wipe my body. How can I sleep when it's wet?" Yang Ming was a little helpless. "So be it. I don't even dislike it," Lan Ling said seriously. Yang Ming was speechless. No one said that they didn't mind. It was just a little uncomfortable. The next morning, while Zhang Bin was not up, Lan Ling repeated the same trick again. Even Yang Ming couldn't take it. Lan Ling's obsession with sex could be described as crazy. Yang Ming wrapped Lan Ling in a quilt and carried her into the bathroom. The 2 people took a shower and got dressed. Looking back at the mess on the bedsheet, Lan Ling quickly covered it with a quilt. "Don't worry about it. The service staff will change the room in a while," Zhang Bin suddenly said. Lan Ling was shocked, and her face immediately turned red. Yang Ming thought, it's not that she doesn't know how to be shy. She's just more casual with me. You saw it. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. "I didn't see it, but you were so loud. Do you think I'm dead?" Zhang Bin complained. "You made me angry. I can't take it anymore. I have to take a cold shower." After Zhang Bin went into the bathroom, Lan Ling stuck her tongue out at Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Fortunately, he wrapped Lan Ling in a quilt when he carried her, or else she would be exposed. During breakfast, Yang Ming and Zhang Jiefeng were refreshed. Only Zhang Bin had 2 dark circles. Zhang Jiefeng was puzzled by Lan Ling's sudden appearance. Yang Ming had to explain that she was his girlfriend. She was worried about him, so she came to find him. Zhang Jiefeng heard and started to scold Zhang Bin. "Look at Yang Ming. It's good to have a girlfriend. What about you? Motherfucker, if he's not doing a one-night stand, then he's going out to look for prostitutes. Can't you do something more serious? I want to do something serious. Yesterday, I wanted to show my style and give the room to Yangming. But when I walked to your room door, I was scared back. Zhang Bin said indifferently. You came to my room. What? Zhang Jiefeng was stunned. His face changed, and he immediately changed the topic. Zhang Bin, it's rare that Yang Ming's girlfriend came. Later, Dad'll give you 20,000 yuan. You have to treat her well. Okay, no problem, but 20,000 yuan isn't enough, right? Later, we have to give Yang Ming and the others another room. Zhang Bin said, Okay, how much do you want from this card? But the limit is 20,000 a day. Zhang Jiefeng was helpless. He gave Zhang Bin another card. The password is your mom's birthday. Hey, Dad, are you so afraid of Mom? Even the password of the card is set to her birthday. Zhang Bin didn't forget to provoke Zhang Jiefeng. When you go home, don't tell your mom that I didn't take you to play. Zhang Jiefeng hinted. What kind of son is this? He only knows how to bully his dad. No problem. Hee. Zhang Bin held back his laughter and nodded. After breakfast, Zhang Bin told the front desk that if someone checked out, leave a room for him. Then, clean up yesterday's room. Zhang Bin wasn't interested in jade gambling at all. He was dragged along by Yang Ming and Zhang Jiefeng. According to this kid's intention, you guys go, I'll go back to my room to sleep. But how could Zhang Jiefeng let go of this opportunity for his son to learn? Not only did he drag him along, but Zhang Jiefeng also talked about jade on the way to Wu Fatsai's warehouse. Zhang Bin wasn't interested at all. Instead, Yang Ming listened attentively and asked a few questions. While Zhang Jiefeng was explaining to him, he couldn't help but scold his son. Chapter 110. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Wu Fatsai shook hands with Zhang Jiefeng enthusiastically. Zhang Jiefeng looked at his son's sneaky smile and laughed dryly. Not bad, not bad. The weather here is neither too hot nor too cold. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. Wu Fatsai laughed. It seems that your complexion is good. How about we find a place to have some fun tonight? Ugh. Asterisk off asterisk, the kids are here. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Jiefeng's worst fears came true. Let the kids play by themselves. Let's go massage them. Wu Fatsai obviously didn't take Zhang Bin seriously. Zhang Jiefeng tried to signal Wu Fatsai with his eyes. Wu Fatsai then understood and whispered to Zhang Jiefeng. Are you a henpecked husband? Hee. Zhang Jiefeng laughed dryly. Let's pick the stones first. Wu Fatsai knew that this topic couldn't be continued, so he quickly got down to business. Let's go. Boss Wu, can you lower the price a little? Zhang Jiefeng said as he walked. Isn't 500 a little too expensive? It's not expensive. Wu Fatsai smiled bitterly and said, currently, the raw stones that come to Tengchong are all directly transported from the mines in Myanmar through private connections. It's considered smuggling in Myanmar. When they're transported to China, they have to declare to the customs and be registered as legal imports. Therefore, the transportation price is very high. The transportation cost of a kilogram of uncut stones has increased from a few yuan to 200 yuan now, including the transportation cost and the 33% tariff. Do you think 500 is expensive? The cost isn't more than 300 yuan. Isn't your profit too high? Zhang Jiefeng laughed. How about 400 yuan? 400 won't do. We are old friends. How about this? 450 yuan. How about that? Wu Fatsai said with difficulty. Okay, 450 yuan it is. Let's pick the stones. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. You want to gamble on stones too? Lan Ling didn't speak along the way. She was like a well-behaved child. Zhang Jiefeng even suspected that Yang Ming had a girlfriend who was underage. But after Zhang Bin's explanation, he believed that Lan Ling was an adult. Yang Ming had the same thought. Lan Ling was too cute. No one would treat her as a 16-year-old girl at first glance. When Zhang Jiefeng walked in front of her, Lan Ling asked softly, Why do you say that? Yang Ming was curious about Lan Ling's thoughts. You asked so many questions in the car. Could it be that you were just curious? Lan Ling smiled. I heard that you can get rich overnight. I don't really understand. Let's take a look first. There was no need for Yang Ming to hide anything from Lan Ling. I can help you try. However, I can't give you too much. If I give you too much, it won't be accurate, Lan Ling whispered. You? Yang Ming suddenly remembered Lan Ling's ability, the strange sixth sense. Although it couldn't be compared to his own special ability, it was still much stronger than an ordinary person's. Lan Ling nodded proudly, as if she was showing off something. Right, I forgot about your ability. Yang Ming nodded too. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said softly, Lan Ling, don't tell others about your ability. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Besides my father, only you know about it. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Do you think I'm a fool? I can tell others about it. I'm afraid that some people with ulterior motives would harm you, Yang Ming said worriedly. So, you're worried about me? Lan Ling seemed to be very happy after hearing Yang Ming's words. Yes, of course, I'm worried about you. If you died, what would happen to the voodoo in my body? Wouldn't I be a bachelor for the rest of my life? Yang Ming smiled. Idiot. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming and said coquettishly, Idiot? How am I an idiot? Yang Ming was confused. I'm not telling you. Lan Ling smiled mischievously. Yang Ming didn't know what Lan Ling meant. However, since she wasn't willing to say, Yang Ming didn't ask further. Yang Ming's feelings towards Lan Ling were very strange. It could be said that it was sex before love. Of course, it was more of a pity. Lan Ling's appearance was too cute. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Do you want eyes? Yang Ming and a few others just arrived at the distribution center of the warehouse. A few locals surrounded them. Eyes? Yang Ming was stunned. What eyes? Hee jargon. Wu Fatsai, who wasn't far away, explained. The so-called eyes are people who identify jades. They are more experienced and earn commission. Zhang Jiefeng hired a person to be an eye. However, this kind of thing was just for psychological comfort. The eyes judged based on their feelings. If they were accurate, they would have done it themselves. Why would they need to be someone else's eye? In Wu Fatsai's company, there were a few warehouses that were the size of classroom. Basically, the uncut stones were piled up on the floor. Beside each pile of uncut stones was a basin of water and a table lamp. According to Zhang Jiefeng, these were used to identify the stones for the customers. Next to the wall of the warehouse, there was a row of iron filing cabinets. The cabinets were also used to store raw stones. The quality of the raw stones inside were slightly better. Besides Zhang Jiefeng, there was a group of people who were selecting raw stones. This group of people had their own eyes. At this moment, they had already selected about 70 to 80 raw stones. Zhang Jiefeng didn't hold back. He pulled the newly hired eyes and started to work. Lan Ling wanted to take action, but she was stopped by Yang Ming. He shook his head slightly at her. Lan Ling immediately understood. Yang Ming was worried that she would be in the limelight. When we leave later, just pick up 1 or 2 pieces. Don't attract attention. Yang Ming didn't mind being in the limelight, but he was afraid that his woman would attract unnecessary trouble. Lan Ling nodded. She looked at Yang Ming with eyes full of love. In this world, there was finally someone who cared about her sincerely. Lan Ling was very happy. It seemed that Yang Ming already had her in his heart. This made Lan Ling very happy. Lan Ling had an impulse to tell Yang Ming the truth, but she was afraid that if she told him, Yang Ming wouldn't like her anymore. AI, this is so contradictory. Jade. It's the heart of a jade. Another group of people who were gambling on jade suddenly shouted, We're rich. We're rich. Zhang Jiefeng immediately looked at them with envy. Gambling on jade was like this. If you were lucky, you could get a few million in an instant. But it was useless to be envious. You couldn't snatch it back from someone else. Wu Fatsai had seen this kind of thing many times. He didn't put it in his heart. He had an indifferent expression. He earned a steady amount of money. He wasn't envious of these people gambling on jade. If he was envious, he could just gamble on his own. Why would he sell the uncut stones? Is jade very valuable? Yang Ming looked at the other party's excited expression and asked a very simple question. Yes, of course it's valuable, Zhang Jiefeng said with envy. His piece could be sold for more than 2 million. With this piece of stone, not only did he get his capital back, but he could also make a lot of money. This is the price without polishing it. If he further processed it, he could at least make a pair of bracelets and 2 jade pendants. The price could go up to 5 million. Yang Ming listened and took a deep breath. A piece of broken stone could be sold for 5 million. What kind of concept was this? Marx had a famous saying: if a capitalist had 50% profit, he would take risks. If he had 100% profit, he would dare to trample all the laws of the world. If he had a 300% profit, he would dare to risk the gallows. But comparing 500 pieces to 5 million, it was a 10,000% profit. No wonder so many people were interested in gambling on stones. Then isn't this line of business very profitable? Yang Ming was surprised. Yes, but in this pile of stones, it would be good if there was a piece of jade. Wu Fatsai laughed. If jade was so easy to come out, I would just throw the stones away and keep them for myself. Yang Ming nodded. He remembered the general appearance of the jade and the difference between it and other jade. He started to scan the pile of uncut stones. Wu Fatsai was right. Jade was very rare. Among these uncut stones, there was a lot of pure jade. But Yang Ming didn't know much about this line of business. At this moment, he had made up his mind to go to the bookstore to buy some related books. He would study it at night. Suddenly, Yang Ming saw a piece of jade in the pile of uncut stones. Yes, it was jade, but this piece of jade wasn't as big as the one just now. It was only 1/3 of the size. Also, the quality wasn't as good. But even so, Yang Ming was satisfied. Such a small piece, even if it wasn't as valuable as the big one. But according to what Zhang Jiefeng said, it could be made into 1 or 2 jade pendants. It was worth at least a few $100,000. Thinking about this, Yang Ming was excited. In his life, this was the first time he felt that wealth was so close to him. Everything seemed to be at his fingertips. Yang Ming pretended to be calm and went to the pile of waste that had been picked up by people. Chapter 111. Uncle Wu, what's with these materials? Yang Ming asked casually. Oh, those are the leftovers from other people. There's almost nothing good left. In the end, they were sold to the night market stalls. A pile of stones can be sold for a few hundred yuan. Wu Fatsai explained. Then can I buy a few pieces from him? Yang Ming pretended to be casual. I don't know about this. I just want to carve something myself. Yang Ming, pick whatever you want. Uncle Zhang will pay you how much you want later. Zhang Jiefeng didn't care about the 3 pieces of 500 yuan. Hi, Boss Zhang, look at what you're saying. How can I ask you for money for a pile of trash? Wu Fatsai shook his head. A piece of trash can't even be worth a few yuan. You're giving me money. Young man, pick whatever you want. Uncle Wu will give it to you to play with. Hee hee. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Yang Ming said with a smile. Bro, if you want to pick, you should pick from good ones. How can these leftovers be good? Zhang Bin quickly signaled to Yang Ming with his eyes. It meant that he shouldn't be soft-hearted when killing the rich to help the poor. Yang Ming nodded to Zhang Bin and said, It doesn't matter. I just want to take 2 pieces back to play with. Okay, then I will pick 2 pieces too. Let's see whose is better tonight. Zhang Bin was also interested. Then he said, Dad, can I pick a few pieces? Zhang Jiefeng couldn't wait for Zhang Bin to be interested in these things. He quickly replied, Okay, if you can pick something good, Dad will reward you. What's the reward? Zhang Bin felt that empty words couldn't be guaranteed. He had to be more specific. Aren't you going to university soon? I will buy you a car, Zhang Jiefeng said. In fact, he already had this plan. After Zhang Bin went to university, he was going to let him handle the company's affairs. It was inconvenient without a car. How could it work? Okay, I want 100,000 and above. Don't try to fool me with a cheap one, Zhang Bin said. Even if you want a cheaper one, I wouldn't dare to buy it for you. I'm worried about the safety, Zhang Jiefeng said. Although Zhang Bin didn't put much effort into his studies, he wasn't stupid since he was able to hang out with Yang Ming. He wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, he observed how the people hired by Zhang Jiefeng picked the stones. Sometimes, he would look at the other group of people. But how could this kind of thing be understood just by looking at it. After a while, Zhangbin gave up, because there was no pattern to it all. However, Yang Ming seemed to have grasped the knack of it. Those that were called good jade were generally very green and very transparent, while others were learning how to judge the quality of jade from its appearance. Yang Ming was still learning the difference between good and bad jade. Lan Ling originally wanted to ask Yang Ming why he was so fond of these waste stones. But when she saw Yang Ming casually pick up a stone, she couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, she felt that the stone in Yang Ming's hand was very good. As for how good it was, Lan Ling didn't know. It was just a feeling. It was a feeling that this stone was better than the other stones. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's satisfied expression. He seemed to want to put the stone back. She was so anxious that she quickly pulled Yang Ming's sleeve. "I want this one." Yang Ming whispered in Lan Ling's ear, "Don't make a sound. Just watch." Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. She didn't know what he meant. She already told him that she had this kind of sensing ability. Why didn't he ask for her help? But when Lan Ling saw Yang Ming pick up a very bad stone, she couldn't help but say, "Yang Ming, this one isn't good." "I know," Yang Ming said faintly. "What would others think if they picked up a good stone? Picking up one is lucky. Picking up two is a coincidence. People will be suspicious." Ah, Lan Ling was stunned. Then, she immediately understood what Yang Ming meant. However, she was a bit puzzled. How could Yang Ming distinguish a good stone from a bad one? Listening to his question in the car just now, he didn't know anything about this. "I'll take these 2 pieces," Yang Ming said casually. "No problem. Take it." Wu Fatsai glanced at it and said, "Do you want to throw it away now or go back and polish it slowly?" Yang Ming didn't want to attract too much attention here, so he said, "Let's talk about it when we go back. I will polish it myself." "Yang Ming, you finished picking?" Zhangbin found it strange that Yang Ming finished so quickly. "Yeah, I just picked it up casually. I don't know much about it, so I couldn't pick it out. I might as well try my luck." Yang Ming smiled. "Hee hee, then I will just pick up 2 pieces." Zhangbin saw that Yang Ming was like that, so he also picked up 2 bigger pieces. Yang Ming glanced at it casually. The 2 pieces that Zhangbin picked up weren't good, but after throwing them away, it wasn't a problem to make a profit or loss. In the morning, Zhang Jiefeng found people to pick out about 3,000 stones. Every businessman put the stones that they picked into their own pile. Another group of businessmen had finished picking and were opening up the stones. They only picked the good ones and sold the bad ones to the local craftsmen. They would sell as much as they could. That piece of imperial jade had earned him a lot of money. In the afternoon, Wu Fatsai arranged to treat Zhang Jiefeng and another group of businessmen for lunch. However, that group of people was immersed in the joy of opening a piece of imperial jade. They didn't even want to eat. They only asked for a few boxes of lunch and continued to open up the stones. Wu Fatsai knew the temperament of these people, so he didn't force them. He asked his subordinates to look after the warehouse and went out to eat with Zhang Jiefeng. Zhang Jiefeng only played occasionally. He didn't reach the level of obsession. What he valued was profit, not the thrill of gambling, so he was still a relatively rational person. Jade was just a type of jewelry. It wasn't everything. There was also the business of gold, silver, and diamond. Zhang Jiefeng didn't have a special interest in them. Yang Ming put the 2 stones on his body. They didn't take up much space, so the 2 stones he picked were relatively small. "Why are you bringing these things? They won't be lost if you leave them here." Zhangbin asked, "What if someone took them away if I leave them here? I still want to win against you tonight." Yang Ming smiled ambiguously. "Damn, I despise you. Who would steal these broken stones?" Although Zhangbin said so, he still brought his 2 stones with him. Zhang Jiefeng and Wu Fatsai didn't care. They thought that Yang Ming and Zhangbin were just kids. They didn't think that Yang Ming was afraid of losing his things. There were plenty of broken stones. Wu Fatsai wouldn't feel the pinch, even if he lost 10 pieces. Lunch wasn't as luxurious as yesterday's. It was just a normal work lunch. Everyone didn't drink because they still had things to do in the afternoon. Although the dishes weren't as luxurious as yesterday's, they were dishes that went well with rice. The few of them ate with relish. In the afternoon, Yang Ming suggested that they go out for a walk. They didn't want to go back to the warehouse to gamble. Zhang Bin agreed with both hands. Zhang Jiefeng didn't have any objections. Since Zhang Bin had already experienced it, there was no point for him to stay there. Zhang Bin, Yang Ming, and Lan Ling took a taxi back to the hotel. Coincidentally, someone was checking out of the room. Yang Ming booked the room directly. The room that the guest checked out of is a couple room. Is that okay? The front desk lady asked. And that's the one. Before Yang Ming could say anything, Lan Ling said it first. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Can't this little girl be more reserved? Aren't you afraid of others pointing fingers behind her back? As expected, the front desk lady and Zhang Bin were stunned. Usually, the man would take the initiative to stay in this kind of room. It was the first time that the woman took the initiative. But when the front desk lady saw Lan Ling's childish appearance, she was a little suspicious. Could she be underage? If there was an inspection, the hotel would be in trouble. Thinking of this, the front desk lady quickly asked, "Give me your ID card to register." Seeing that Lan Ling was going to be 17 soon, the front desk lady was relieved. She didn't want to get the hotel fired. Because of this, Yang Ming's eyesight was unusually good. With a casual glance, he could see the information on Lan Ling's ID card clearly. She was from the Miao tribe. It seemed that she didn't lie to me. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to see her birthday so that he could give her a surprise. Although they had sex before love, the more sex there was, the more love there was. Yang Ming had only known Lan Ling for a day, but he really liked this little girl. Although she was sometimes a little clingy, this kind of girl who looked pure on the outside and flirtatious on the inside was indeed the best choice for a wife. Of course, this was only limited to flirting with Yang Ming. After registering the ID card, Yang Ming and Lan Ling moved their luggage over. A staff member was cleaning the room. When she saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling coming in, she said, "Wait a moment. It will be done soon." Chapter 112. The waiter swiftly changed the bed sheets, blankets, pillowcases, and other things on the bed. After wiping the table, he put down some daily necessities. Then he put a small plastic thing on the bedside table. The waiter looked up and saw Yang Ming. He hesitated for a moment, put another one on the table, and left the room. "What is this?" Lan Ling curiously studied the two small plastic pieces in her hand. Yang Ming couldn't help sweating when he took a look. It turned out to be 2 condoms. Damn, Yang Ming recalled the last look in the waiter's eyes. This guy thought that 1 condom might not be enough. Am I such a pervert? But this couldn't be blamed on the waiter. When he saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling, a young couple, he naturally thought that young people's needs must be stronger. So he put 2 in the room. After Lan Ling understood the purpose of the thing, she exclaimed, "Dear, this thing says that it can add to the fun. Why don't we try it?" Yang Ming had never used it before. He didn't know what it felt like to wear a condom. So he nodded. "Okay, let's try it tonight." "No, now." Lan Ling acted coquettishly. "But it's daytime now. Zhang Bin is still waiting for us in the room." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, but his desire was almost aroused by Lan Ling. "No, this girl is too tempting. She can make me have thoughts just by saying a few words." After Lan Ling heard Yang Ming's words, she ran to the window sill and closed the curtains. Then she jumped on the bed, half-knelt on it, raised her head, and looked at Yang Ming with sparkling eyes. "It's dark now, right?" This position, Yang Ming finally couldn't stand it. "I want to pee again. Hold it in, damn. Didn't I ask you to hold it in? You made me all over again. I can't hold it in anymore." Zhang Bin really wasn't in a hurry. This guy was currently polishing the 2 pieces of jade he had bet with a piece of broken sandpaper. Yang Ming and Lan Ling took a bath and changed their clothes before heading to Zhang Bin's room. "You're done so quickly?" Zhang Bin looked up and asked. "Fast." Yang Ming and Lan Ling looked at each other. The 2 of them went crazy for more than half an hour. It seemed that Zhang Bin had completely immersed himself in the work of polishing the jade. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Yang Ming suggested. "You guys go ahead. I'll take a nap after I'm done with this stone. You guys had a good time last night. but I suffered. Zhang Bin complained. Why? Are you interested in stones? Yang Ming asked curiously. A car. Zhang Bin was almost drooling. A car in university. How many girls would it attract? If your dad knew that you bought a car to pick up girls. Yang Ming said halfway, and suddenly remembered Zhang Jiefeng's character. He quickly changed his words. He would probably buy you a sports car directly. That's a good idea. I'll discuss it with him at night. Zhang Bin agreed. Then I'll go out with Lan Ling. You can continue to study your stones. Yang Ming said. Okay, call me if there's anything. After Zhang Bin's college entrance exam ended, Zhang Jiefeng gave him a phone. Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked out of the hotel. Yang Ming was also thinking, should I buy a phone? What are you thinking about? Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming, who was deep in thought. I'm thinking if I should buy a phone. Yang Ming said. Then buy one. If not, it'll be inconvenient. Lan Ling said. Didn't you withdraw 10,000 yuan yesterday? Wasn't that for you? Yang Ming smiled. For me? What use do I have for money? Moreover, I'm all yours now. Are you thinking of abandoning me? Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming pitifully. How would I dare to abandon you? Yang Ming thought, if I abandon you, I don't know how I'll die. Oh yeah, Lan Ling, do you like me? I like you. Lan Ling felt strange. Why do you ask? We don't seem to have any feelings for each other. Yang Ming shook his head. But I like you. My mother said that a girl can only love one man and sleep with one man in her life. If I don't love you, who will I love? Lan Ling said it as a matter of fact. Yang Ming sighed. Maybe it was because of this preconceived idea that Lan Ling only had him in her heart. Therefore, she naturally had feelings for him when she thought more. What about me? Yang Ming realized that he didn't know when he had fallen in love with Lan Ling. Yes, it was love. It was a wonderful feeling. Lan Ling's sentence, "Are you thinking of abandoning me?" made Yang Ming feel a lot of emotions. Although Yang Ming replied, "How would I dare to not want you?" However, he was suddenly very reluctant in his heart. Yang Ming hypothesized in his heart. If there wasn't the voodoo relationship, could he abandon Lan Ling? However, just thinking about it made Yang Ming feel heartache. It seemed that he was serious about Lan Ling. But what about Chen Mingyan? Yang Ming still thought about Chen Mingyan every day. Yang Ming didn't deny that he had fallen in love with Lan Ling, but in his heart, Chen Mingyan still occupied a very important position. In addition to Chen Mingyan, there was also Zhao Ying, Suya, and Lin Jiyun, whose innocence was ruined by him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had a headache. He didn't think that he was a fickle person because he wasn't the kind of person who liked the new and hated the old. It could only be said that he was a little sentimental. However, Lan Ling's voodoo. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. The voodoo had a wonderful effect. That was that the person who cast the voodoo and the person who cast it would have a certain telepathy. For example, the voodoo in Yang Ming was related to feelings. Therefore, when Yang Ming thought of other girls, Lan Ling would feel it. If Yang Ming had a change of heart, Lan Ling would also feel it. When Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's painful expression, she really wanted to persuade him. However, the selfish mentality of a girl made her hold it back. Only when she was really sure of Yang Ming's feelings for her, she would tell this secret. In fact, it couldn't be considered a secret. It was just Yang Ming himself who misunderstood. I didn't deliberately lie to you. You thought too much. Lan Ling comforted herself. The current mobile phone was very cheap. Yang Ming didn't hesitate too much. He went to a mobile phone store with Lan Ling. Now that Yang Ming had determined his direction of earning money, he didn't care about this small amount of money. Things like mobile phones were upgraded relatively quickly. Yang Ming didn't need any navigation, camera, MP3, or MP4 functions at all. As for those with diamonds, Yang Ming felt that they were even more useless. Isn't it just a call or a text message? It's fine as long as the signal is good and the standby time is long. Therefore, Yang Ming went directly to the low-cost area. The salesperson learned of Yang Ming's request and saw that he was dressed like a student. He directly recommended a low-end Nokia phone. This Nokia 1200 is selling well. The price is low, but the quality isn't bad. A lot of students buy this. The salesperson introduced, The signal of a Nokia is excellent. The standby time of the battery is about 5 days. The functions also meet the requirements of the average student. What do you think? Yang Ming asked for Lan Ling's opinion. It's pretty good. Lan Ling nodded. I think it's good. Can it be cheaper if I buy two? Asked Yang Ming. We are a legitimate store. We don't bargain. Moreover, this kind of low-end mobile phone usually doesn't have much profit. 299 yuan is the promotional price. How about this? If you buy two, I can give you 3 gift packs. The battery in the gift pack is at least 20 yuan. The salesperson thought for a while and said, she didn't expect to be able to sell two. It was not bad. The salesperson's salary was related to their performance. The more they sold, the higher the bonus. Can you give us 4 gift packs? What do you think, sister? Yang Ming was just about to agree when Lan Ling suddenly said in a sweet voice, so it's like this. The salesperson looked at the cute Lan Ling's expectant expression. She hesitated and agreed. Okay, but don't tell anyone. If everyone wants 2 gift bags, will be a loss. The lethality of the lowly didn't only work on men. Yang Ming sighed. Just 1 sentence, and she asked for an extra battery. The number of gift packs for a mobile phone was usually just right. However, if there was a malfunction, the gift pack wouldn't be returned when returning to the company. Therefore, there would be some leftover. Yang Ming asked for a white and a black one. The salesperson tested the 2 phones. After confirming that there was no malfunction, she wrote the bill. Yang Ming went to pay. Do you have a SIM card? When Yang Ming came back, the salesperson habitually asked. Usually, people who buy mobile phones need to buy a SIM card. This way, they can earn a profit of a few dozen yuan. Chapter 113. Not yet. Is there a cheaper card for temporary use? Yang Ming asked. We might not be able to stay here for long. Then let's get the Shenzhou Express card. It's anonymous and doesn't cost a month. You can use it by topping it up. The salesperson introduced. It's 20 cents to make a call. It's free to pick up the phone. Long-distance calls are 30 cents for 12593. Old you didn't know the local rates, so he said it randomly. Okay, I'll take this one. Yang Ming nodded. He felt that it was a good deal. The card number is 30. The top-up card is 100. The total is 130 yuan. The salesperson said, this is the number list. You can choose your number. As long as it doesn't have asterisks or triangles, it's fine. The ones with asterisks are lucky numbers. You have to pay extra. But if you're using it temporarily, it's not necessary. Yang Ming randomly chose a card that was easier to say. The ending was 3401. Lan Ling's was 3402. There was no need to wait for the Shenzhou Express card. It could be used immediately after topping up. After testing it, it could be used to make calls. Yang Ming paid directly. Because the SIM card didn't have any problems with the 3 guarantees, there was no need to issue a receipt. He could just pay directly. Yang Ming took out the warranty card and accessories and put them in a Lan Ling's bag. He threw away the box directly. Although these things could be sold as secondhand in the future, Yang Ming didn't expect to sell a phone that cost more than 200 yuan. After leaving, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Bin looked at the unfamiliar number and asked curiously. Hello, this is Hong Kong's De Bin Group. Your phone number won the second prize. Yang Ming said seriously. Fuck off, I don't believe it. If you call again, I'll call the police. And? Yang Ming? Zhang Bin suddenly felt that the other party's voice was familiar. Fuck, why is it you? Huh, I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction. Could it be that you've been fooled before? Yang Ming laughed. Only a fool would be fooled. Zhang Bin said, since I got my phone, I've received more than 10 of these harassing calls. This is my phone number. I just bought it. Call me if you need anything. Yang Ming said. Okay, where are you? Zhang Bin. I'm going to the bookstore. Yang Ming said, why? Is there anything wrong? Nothing. Zhang Bin's order. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming asked Lan Ling, do you know where the nearest bookstore is? Yes, I want to buy a few books about Jade. Yang Ming didn't hide anything from Lan Ling. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, you haven't told me what happened this morning. When I got back to the hotel, I was so focused on doing it with you that I forgot to ask. Who asked you to have a mind full of dirty thoughts? You're a little horny woman. Yang Ming patted Lan Ling's butt and said, I'm just thinking about it. If you don't want to, I can't do anything about it. If you don't get hard, I can't do anything to you even if I die of exhaustion. Lan Ling whispered in Yang Ming's ear. Damn, isn't this seduction? Lan Ling found out Yang Ming's inappropriateness easily. She said, Look, I don't know who's the one with a mind full of dirty thoughts. They were thinking about it on the street. See how I'm going to punish you tonight. Yang Ming glared at Lan Ling. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lan Ling jumped up and down like a child. She had a happy expression. Yang Ming was helpless. He had to change the topic. What happened this morning? When you were gambling in the morning, how did you know the quality of the jade inside the stone? This should be the first time you encountered it, right? Lan Ling asked curiously. Do you have the same intuition as me? No, I'm a lucky person. Yang Ming hadn't decided whether to tell Lan Ling about his ability. After all, this wasn't a small matter. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Lan Ling pouted. She didn't look happy. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but my situation is special. It's not easy to describe. Yang Ming found an excuse for himself. What happened to Yang Ming was weird, but it wasn't indescribable. It was just more troublesome to explain. All right, Lan Ling let go of Yang Ming. However, she didn't take it to heart. After a while, she forgot about it. Because of Tangchong's geographical location and trade, Xinhua Bookstore held a lot of books about jade. Here, jade was like a culture. As a citizen of Tangchong, if he didn't know anything about jade, he would be ashamed. According to the sign at the door, Yang Ming and Lan Ling easily found a counter for jade books. There were a few readers standing here. One of them looked like a scholar. He was about 50 years old. Looking at the dazzling array of books, Yang Ming had a headache. He had this feeling when he bought the lip-reading materials. Now that the living standards of the people were high and the spiritual culture was rich, but correspondingly, there were more cultural products to make up the numbers. If it was a prose, novel, comic, or children's book, it wouldn't matter if you brag a little. But if it was an academic book, it would be wrong to make up nonsense. Now, there were a lot of professional books. If it was a book that was pieced together, it wouldn't matter. You couldn't learn anything after reading it, but you couldn't learn anything bad. He was afraid that those who pretended to know nonsense would write books full of fallacies. Wouldn't that lead people astray? Yang Ming was confused after flipping through a few books. Every person had a different point of view. Every author had a different understanding of jade. It could be said that they were poles apart. How could they read this book? Lan Ling's ability to recognize jade was based on her feelings. She didn't know anything about jade. What's wrong, young man? Why are you frowning? The old man who stood beside Yang Ming suddenly asked. Old man, I want to study jade, but I don't know what kind of books to read. Yang Ming saw that he had been looking for books for a long time. He wanted to give it a try, but I realized that many books have different points of view. I don't know what to do. Hee. So it's because of this. The old man laughed. What's there to worry about? What you're talking about are mostly appreciation books. Many of these books are written by collectors. Everyone has different interests, hobbies, and tastes. Naturally, the views written by them will be different, but the value of jade, isn't it up to the collectors to decide? Yang Ming was confused. Not entirely. To a certain extent, their words can be used as a reference to evaluate the value of a piece of jade. But it's not entirely the case. As he spoke, the old man took out a book titled Hetian, Jade Appreciation from the bookshelf. He flipped to a page and pointed at the picture. Take these two jade bracelets, for example. Look carefully. The materials used for these two bracelets are almost the same. Look here, there is a quality evaluation report. Yang Ming took a look. Sure enough, the quality of the two bracelets was almost the same. But the evaluation price differed by more than 2 million. Do you see? Do you want to know why this connoisseur praised one bracelet but didn't mention the other? The old man asked. Yang Ming shook his head. How would he know? If he knew, he wouldn't be troubled. Hee, young man, the quality of the jade is important, but the person who carved it is also important. These two jade bracelets have different carving techniques. Look carefully. The one that is highly evaluated is very delicate, but the other is very rough. The old man explained. Ah, so that's why. Yang Ming was enlightened. Just now, he only paid attention to the difference in the quality of the jade. He didn't pay attention to the carving technique. I was wondering why the price difference between the same quality of jade was so big. Yes, the carver of this bracelet might be a novice. To put it bluntly, this piece of jade was blinded by him. The old man shook his head regretfully. I understand now. Yang Ming nodded. Then, old man, what book do you think a novice like me should read? If you're interested in jade, you can start learning from the quality of the jade. For example, this book is more suitable for you. The old man took out a book with an ugly cover from the corner of the bookshelf and passed it to Yang Ming. Chapter 114. Yang Ming quickly took it. Analysis of Jade Knowledge. He looked at the publication date. The first edition in 1988, the second edition in 1997, and the 36th printing in 2007. This book was even older than his own age. Yang Ming was born in the 90s. This book is older than Yang Ming by 2 years. Hee. Are you surprised that this book is a bit old? The old man looked at Yang Ming and laughed. And yes, this book is older than me by 2 years. Is it outdated? Yang Ming expressed his doubts. Outdated? How can knowledge be outdated? The old man shook his head and said, when you young people buy books, you always like to buy the latest ones. Yes, it's right for you to buy new fashion books, but it's not necessarily the same for knowledge books. For example, the most commonly used arithmetic of addition and subtraction in our life. This is knowledge invented by our ancestors thousands of years ago. Can you say that it's outdated? Another example is the Tang and Song poems that we read. Are these outdated? Knowledge isn't outdated. Take this book, for example. You see, it's already the 36th printing. This proves its value. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, he did benefit a lot. Not only did he learn a lot about the value of jade from the old man, but he also found a suitable teaching material for himself. Yang Ming was very happy. Old man, thank you. I understand. I will work hard to learn the knowledge in this book. And I wanted to tell you more, but I still have something to do today. I have to go first. This is my business card. If you don't understand anything, just call me. It's rare that there are young people who like to learn so much. The old man took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed by the old man's words. I don't like to learn. I want to learn to earn money. But he still respectfully took the business card from the old man with both hands. The business card was very simple. There was only a name and a phone number. There was no job title. It was obvious that this was a personal business card. The people who gave out such business cards to others were generally the leading figures of certain industries. They no longer cared about fame and fortune. Lu Weishan. Yang Ming had never heard of this name, but he reckoned that this old Mr. Lu must be an expert in the jade industry. After bidding farewell to Lu Weishan, Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked around the bookstore for a while. Yang Ming casually browsed through books about qigong and special abilities. The content was very superficial. There was nothing related to X-ray vision. Lan Ling's sixth sense was mentioned in many books, but the explanation was very vague. Aristotle, an ancient Greek scientist and philosopher, believed long ago that people have 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. However, in life, many people believe in the existence of intuition or sixth sense, especially women. Does the sixth sense even exist? Scientists haven't been able to give us a definite answer yet. Damn, what kind of explanation is this? Yang Ming was a little depressed after seeing this. He put the book back. It seemed that these things were better understood by looking for a specialized website. The books in the bookstore weren't very professional. Lan Ling. Yang Ming turned around and found that Lan Ling was gone. This little girl, where did she go? It was very difficult to find someone in the bookstore because the bookshelves blocked people's sight. It was impossible to see the person behind the bookshelf. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. This kind of blocking was useless for Yang Ming. Yang Ming's eyes were like a telescope. Who could compare to this? Yang Ming directly used his special ability and immediately found Lan Ling, who was standing behind a bookshelf not far away. She was reading a book with full concentration. Yang Ming immediately walked over. It seemed that Lan Ling was very engrossed in reading. She didn't even notice that Yang Ming appeared behind her. Lan Ling, what are you reading? You are so engrossed. Yang Ming patted her little butt. Lan Ling was shocked. She realized that it was Yang Ming, and then she was relieved. You scared me. Huh? Yang Ming saw the book in Lan Ling's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Life knowledge for newlyweds. Damn, this little girl is really shameless. Yang Ming, look at the few positions and postures in this book. We haven't tested them yet. How about we try it tonight? Lan Ling pointed at the hand-drawn illustrations in the book. Yang Ming listened and quickly looked around. Fortunately, there was no one. Lan Ling, can't you be quieter? It's not good if other people hear it. Yang Ming reminded her. What's wrong with this? Don't they do this at home? Besides, isn't this book for people to read? Lan Ling asked curiously. Yang Ming was speechless. This little girl really doesn't understand, or is she doing it on purpose? She is too innocent. These are the privacy between two people. It's not good to let others know. Yang Ming explained. Oh, then I won't say it. Lan Ling nodded. How about we buy this book back? Buy? Yang Ming didn't want to see the weird look from the cashier. He shook his head and said, forget it. It's just theoretical knowledge. There's nothing for reference. Why don't we go back and watch a live-action movie? Live-action movie? Okay. Are we going to watch it tonight? Lan Ling asked. Let's talk about it when we go back. Yang Ming thought. Is there a place to download it? Out of the bookstore, Yang Ming and Lan Ling found a snack bar. Before they left, the two of them were busy in the hotel. They digested the lunch they had. In addition to that, they were already hungry after spending half a day in the bookstore. Crossing the bridge rice noodles was one of the most famous snacks in Yunnan. If they didn't taste the crossing the bridge rice noodles when they arrived in Yunnan, it would be a wasted trip. Yang Ming hadn't eaten the rice noodles before, so naturally, he wanted to try it. Lan Ling didn't care. She was a typical local. She ate it often, but she loved it. The two of them ordered a large portion. This was the benefit of having a meal together as a couple. A large portion was cheaper than two small portions. Plus, there was one more meat and two more vegetables. The small portion only had one meat and three vegetables, while the large portion had 3 meat and 5 vegetables. If Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were to eat together, they wouldn't eat a pot of rice noodles. But it was different with Lan Ling. They had kissed and made love. Yang Ming didn't even dislike Lan Ling's urine, let alone her saliva. It was delicious when the two of them fought to eat. Lan Ling had big eyes and a small stomach. Before she ate, she said that she could eat half of it. But after a few bites, she was full. Yang Ming was responsible for the rest. The rice noodles were authentic. The chili was delicious, so Yang Ming didn't force himself to eat. Eat slowly. Lan Ling smiled and handed a napkin to Yang Ming. Wipe your sweat. Yang Ming took the napkin. He looked up and saw Lan Ling's eyes that were full of tenderness and love. He was very happy. It turned out that this was the feeling of two people being together. Although Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan were often together before, there was still a layer of window paper between the two of them. Therefore, both of them were a little secretive and reserved. That was another kind of feeling. Thinking about Chun Mingyan, Yang Ming began to feel sad again. Lan Ling, I can't abandon her no matter what. This fairy-like girl, Yang Ming couldn't wait to love her. How could he not want her? But the key question was what to do with Chun Mingyan, not to mention whether she could accept Lan Ling. This voodoo problem was troublesome enough. Yang Ming shook his head and tried not to think about these unpleasant things. He always believed that there would be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and he would take one step at a time. But how to say it? Maybe the god of luck was on his side. Yang Ming's luck was extraordinarily good. Murloc said, it's natural for the protagonist to have good luck. If the supporting character has good luck, wouldn't that be usurping the throne? Lan Ling, why do you think this bridge crossing rice noodles is called bridge crossing rice noodles? Yang Ming put the remaining half of the meat sauce into the rice noodles pot and prepared to clean up together. Hee hee. I asked my grandmother this question when I was young. She told me this. Legend has it that there was a scholar who studied hard in a small house by the lake in order to obtain scholarly honors in the imperial examinations. His wife delivered food to the scholar every day, but every time the food reached the scholar's hands, it would be cold. Then, the clever wife thought of a way. Every day, she cooked chicken soup rice noodles and delivered them to the scholar. Because the thick chicken oil had the effect of keeping the food warm, the scholar could eat hot food. After that, it gradually spread. Because the wife had to cross the bridge to deliver food every day, it was called bridge crossing rice noodles. Lan Ling finished speaking and looked at the rice noodles in front of her. Her eyes seemed to be blurred. Chapter 115. Yang Ming wanted to show off, so he said, first is the color. The color is the color. Green jade is the best. Red and purple jade is only 1/5 of the value of green jade. If the jade contains red, purple, green, and white, it is called fu lu shou shi. If it only contains red, green, and white, it is called fu lu shou. Dark and slightly yellow jade is the lower grade. If it is a single color jade, it is better to have a uniform color. As for your jade, I am not belittling it, but look at its black color and slightly yellow color. It is definitely the lower grade. The so-called transparent jade means that the jade must be transparent like glass without any stains, chafing, or astringent. Translucent and opaque jade are called middle-grade jade and normal jade. In the Qing dynasty and before the Qing dynasty, jade with 3 colors of red, green, and white was called jadeite. In modern times, jade generally refers to transparent jade. Currently, jade is mostly transparent and green. Your jade is not only not green, but it is also not transparent. This is the second point. The third point is uniform, which means that the color of the jade is uniform. Although it contains white and green, but the color is not uniform, the value is very low. You are not related to this. Your yellow jade is okay. As for shape, it means that the shape of the jade can be processed into different styles according to different aesthetic requirements. There is no special standard. Generally speaking, the bigger the jade, the better. Yours is quite big. Can't you say that I am reborn? Yang Ming was very unhappy with Zhang Bin's contempt. What's wrong? Yang Ming saw that Lan Ling's expression was a bit strange, so he quickly asked, "Oh, yours?" Yang Ming took a look. When he was in the taxi, he briefly flipped through the book that he just bought. He had a general understanding of jade, so he applied what he learned. There are 6 standards to appraise the quality of jade. They are color, transparency, uniformity, shape, brightness. Where is your grandmother? Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling's mother was dead, but her grandmother should still be alive. When he returned to the hotel, he was surprised to find that Zhang Bin hadn't slept yet. He was still fiddling with the 2 pieces of jade. It seemed that Zhang Jiefeng was going to be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It was natural for the son to inherit his father's business, but he was afraid that the son would not do his job properly. Yang Ming also vaguely guessed Zhang Bin's intention, but he didn't say it out loud. Perhaps only Zhang Bin was confused. You're really something. You even bought a book. Why? Are you interested in this line of work? Zhang Bin took the book and flipped through it. Lan Ling shook her head. I miss Grandma and Mom. Of course it's referring to the jade in Zhang Bin's hand that's pretty big. Lan Ling blinked her big, innocent eyes and said innocently, "Could it be that it's referring to something else? Why didn't I know about it? It's a bit of an interest." Yang Ming smiled. "I'm also preparing to gamble some jade to earn some money." And that's true. But if my dad knew that you like this line of work, he would definitely be happy. Zhang Bin smiled. If you were to do this in the future, my dad wouldn't be afraid that I wouldn't do it. Gambling jade was only one way to earn money. It wasn't the only way. Let's not talk about those that were far away. Let's talk about those that were near. If you could gamble jade, you could gamble diamonds. Even like what Zhang Jiefeng said, you could go treasure hunting. Yang Ming passed 2 pieces to Zhang Bin. This guy threw the piece of jade that Yang Ming criticized to be worthless to the side and started to polish another piece of jade. I don't know where she went. Lan Ling was absent-minded. She was poisoned by her enemy. It was a very powerful poison. Then she disappeared. I miss her a lot. When I was young, my grandmother always made rice noodles for me and told me good stories. There are plenty on the table. Take whatever you want. Zhang Bin pointed at the desk beside the TV and said, "Give me 2 more pieces." Yang Ming took a look. Zhang Bin's second piece of jade was of good quality. It was much better than the first piece. So he encouraged, "This piece looks good. I hope it's a good piece of jade. How much money can you earn? Why don't I talk to my dad and ask him to guide you?" Zhang Bin felt that if his good buddy was also in this line of work, then he would have someone to take care of him when he took over the job. Are you still listening? If I say that you have a problem in your thinking, then there is a problem. Why don't other people think in that direction? After Yang Ming finished speaking, he asked Lan Ling, "Little Lan Ling, what do you think I meant when I said pretty big?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Bin was confused. "Seduction? Blackmail? What do you think of my jade?" Zhang Bin took a piece of jade that was basically polished and asked. Didn't I mishear?" Zhang Bin said embarrassedly, "You came up with so many technical terms. How can I understand? Can't you at least be more specific?" Besides, Yang Ming's intuition told him that after the glasses merged with him, there would be more special abilities. Telescopic vision and X-ray vision were easier to develop. It could be said that they were easy to operate. But for example, the ability to see other people's thoughts, Yang Ming didn't know how to use it. So, it could be said that there was still a part of his special ability that hadn't been explored yet. Look at it yourself. Yang Ming took out the book, Analysis of Jade Knowledge, from behind and handed it to Zhang Bin. "Damn, you 2 adulterers. You 2 are singing the same tune. I'm defeated by you." Zhang Bin sweated. "Okay, I'll take it that my thinking isn't good enough. You continue to talk about blackmail. What is it?" Give me a few pieces of sandpaper. I'll go back and see how my jade is." Yang Ming laughed. "Once my channels are stable or my social connections are established, I can set up my own company. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. If my special ability is only used to gamble on jade, wouldn't it be a waste?" Yang Ming sighed. "In that case, Lan Ling is really too pitiful." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Bin. "What do you mean by pretty big? Your words are ambiguous. Sister-in-law is still here. Can't you be more civilized?" After hurriedly finishing the rice noodles, Yang Ming and Lan Ling paid the bill. When they were about to leave, the shop owner suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, the money is wrong." "I was just about to ask," Zhang Bin said without giving face. "There are so many theories?" "Yang Ming, who did you hear this from?" After Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's theory, he was surprised. "You were still a novice in the morning. How did you become an expert in the afternoon? Don't tell me you met with a miracle. For example, you were possessed by the spirit of a jade expert?" "Damn," Yang Ming said with disdain. "It doesn't matter if your brain is empty. Just don't get it in the water." Seduction and blackmail. I don't know how you association. It's seduction and blackmail. Sure, but I'm just fooling around. After all, this is just a side job. We should focus on the university." Yang Ming nodded. This matter couldn't be hidden from Zhang Jiefang. Otherwise, as a newcomer, even if he got a priceless jade, he wouldn't have a sales channel. But Zhang Jiefang was different. Not only did he have his own processing plant, but he also had his own sales channel. "It's 25 yuan, but you gave me 35 yuan. Here are 2 10 yuan notes." The shop owner returned 10 yuan to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he was too cautious. He was fooled by the news of tourists being cheated. He thought that he had to be careful when he was outside. Looking at this small restaurant that was as busy as a marketplace, how could it be a shady restaurant? There were so many locals eating here. If it was a black shop, who would come here? Therefore, if he wanted to earn money through jade gambling, the only way was to let Zhang Jiefang help him. Otherwise, even if he had a priceless jade, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a good price. "It's blackmail. I realize that you have the potential to be a hooligan. Yang Ming continued to explain. Blackmail means that there are often cracks and lines in the jade. It's not easy to notice. If you use a metal rod to knock or throw the jade on the table, you could distinguish the existence of cracks from the sound. The clearer the sound, the better. As for your piece, you don't need a knock. It's obvious that there is a horizontal line. As for blackmail, it means that there are black spots and flaws in the jade that aren't easy to notice with the naked eye. As long as you use a magnifying glass to look at it, you can see it clearly. The quality of jade can be divided into 10 grades. Each grade can be further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Among them, white jade, no matter how good or bad its color or transparency, its value is the lowest. Your piece of jade has a lot of black spots and flaws. This step is omitted. Chapter 116. Zhongbin's products must be the best. Zhongbin's current appearance was really like gambling on jade. Yang Ming didn't bother with him and returned to the room with Lan Ling. After the two of them put the do not disturb on the door, they lay on the bed. Yang Ming and Lan Ling were both tired. Lan Ling wanted to do something that she loved, but she didn't have the energy. So the two of them fell asleep while hugging each other. In a daze, Yang Ming suddenly heard a strange sound. This sound was very familiar to Yang Ming. Lan Ling would make this sound many times every day. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked up. He found out that the TV was playing a super adult movie. Lan Ling had already woken up. She was sitting in front of the TV and watching it attentively. Sometimes she would nod her head with a thoughtful look. Lan Ling, how did you tune out? Yang Ming asked curiously. Yang Ming, is this the live-action movie you were talking about? The demonstration is much better than the book. Lan Ling said, do you want to watch it together? I'm not watching it. I'm already past the age of watching it. Yang Ming sighed. Unknowingly, he had matured. He still remembered the days when Suya had just left. Yang Ming, Su Peng, and Li Dagong spent every day in the internet cafe, video hall, and billiard room. Watching movies was a common occurrence. Now, those days seemed to be very far away. Yang Ming's memory was blurred. Now, Yang Ming had a new life, a new path, and Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan waited at home for a few days, but Yang Ming didn't call her. Chen Mingyan was really angry. This Yang Ming, he kept saying that he liked her and wanted her to be his girlfriend. Why was there no news from him now? Previously, when she was busy with her studies, this guy kept asking her out. Now that the college entrance examination was over and everyone was free, why didn't this guy ask her out anymore? Chen Mingyan felt very wronged. Wasn't it just because she gave him a hard time that day? But what's wrong with a girl throwing a tantrum? Chen Mingyan felt that she was a girl. If he couldn't tolerate her, how could they get along in the future? But after a while, Chen Mingyan felt that she was also wrong. She actually believed Wang Jitao's words. Yes, she believed Wang Jitao, but suspected Yang Ming instead. If it were her, she would also be angry. With the courage to make the first call, Chen Mingyan called Yang Ming again. This time, he chose to do it at night, so Yang Ming should be at home. Sure enough, the phone rang twice before someone picked it up. Hello, hello. Listening to the voice, it should be Yang Ming's mother. Hello, Auntie. I want to look for Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan said nervously. When Yang Ming was sick, Chen Mingyan also called him once. It was also Yang Ming's mother who picked it up. But that time, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming were just good friends, so she didn't feel anything. But this time was different. Now, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was very subtle. Chen Mingyan felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Oh, you are? Mother Yang asked. I am Yang Ming's classmate. My name is Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan said. Oh, it's you. Yang Ming often talks about you. He said that his grades have improved because of you. When Mother Yang heard that the girl was Chen Mingyan, she immediately became enthusiastic. Auntie, you are overpraising. Yang Ming himself is also very smart. He often tests in front of me. Chen Mingyan said quickly. Hee, come to my house to play when you are free. Auntie will treat you well. Mother Yang laughed. And okay, Auntie, that Yang Ming, Chen Mingyin saw that Mother Yang didn't mention anything about helping her call Yang Ming, so she reminded her. Oh, you're looking for Yang Ming. Yang Ming went out. Mother Yang said, he went out. Went out. When did he go? Where did he go? Chen Mingyin was a bit puzzled. He went to Yunnan with his classmate. He left the day before yesterday. Mother Yang said, with his classmate? Who did he go with? Chen Mingyin asked subconsciously. Don't worry. He is a male classmate. His name is Zhang Bin. Mother Yang smiled ambiguously. It could be heard that this girl was very concerned about Yang Ming. Auntie, I didn't mean that. Chen Mingyin was embarrassed. In fact, she really did mean that for a moment. I just said it casually. Don't take it to heart. Mother Yang smiled. What's the matter? I will tell him when he comes back. I don't have anything. Just tell him that I called him. Some things couldn't be passed on, so Chen Mingyin couldn't say it. Okay, I will tell him. Mother Yang said. Okay, Annie, I am fine. I will hang up first. Chen Mingyin said carefully. Well, come and play when you are free. Mother Yang didn't forget to say. Okay, I will. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyin breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was a bit annoyed. This Yang Ming didn't tell her that he was going out to play. He made her worry for so many days. After Chen Mingyin learned that Yang Ming wasn't in the local area, she was relieved. She felt that Yang Ming would contact her when he came back, so she began to do what she needed to do. Yang Ming looked at the channel that Lan Ling was changing. It turned out to be a closed-circuit channel. When the association mentioned the nature of his room, Yang Ming was relieved. Many hotels would provide an adult channel in the couple's room, because it was a private screening, and this was the unspoken rule of many hotels. So generally, if someone didn't report it, the management wouldn't specifically investigate this. Yang Ming, let's try it now. I have learned a few moves. Lan Ling said excitedly. Okay, all right. Once again, Yang Ming couldn't resist Lan Ling's temptation. What are you doing? Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's head moving towards his lower body and quickly asked. The woman in the TV did this. As Lan Ling said this, she used her mouth to hold little Yang Ming, this little vixen. Yang Ming even suspected that he would die from excessive ejaculation. At 6:00 in the evening, Zhang Jiefeng came back. He called Yang Ming to come out for dinner. Wu Fatsai didn't have any plans for tonight. After all, he couldn't accompany a client every day. He still had other clients to accompany. When Yang Ming came to Zhang Bin's room, Zhang Bin was holding his polished stone and talking to Zhang Jiefeng excitedly. How to identify the quality of this jade? There are 6 criteria, which are color, transparency, uniformity, shape, striking, illumination. Zhang Bin repeated what Yang Ming told him in the afternoon to Zhang Jiefeng. Good job, son. Zhang Jiefeng listened with a face full of smiles. I didn't expect you to know so much. Although the 2 pieces of jade you bet on aren't good, Dad is still very happy. As long as you study our family business properly, don't talk about buying a car. We can even buy you a house near your school. Hee. I also learned it from Yang Ming in the afternoon. Zhang Bin was a little embarrassed. After all, he plagiarized. Oh. Zhang Jiefeng was surprised to see Yang Ming, who just entered the room. Yang Ming, you seem to be very interested in jade. Yes, Uncle Zhang. I also want to gamble a few pieces of jade to earn some tuition fees. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Gambling on jade isn't a problem, but you might not be able to earn enough tuition fees. This is completely dependent on luck. Just like the businessman we saw today, he suddenly opened a piece of jade, but the probability is very small. Zhang Jiefeng said, if you like it, you can play, but if you want to earn tuition fees, it's a bit difficult. I know, so I don't plan to do too much. I'm prepared to gamble a few thousand pieces of jade. Yang Ming said. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have enough money. The key was that Wu Fatsai's batch of jade was limited. Spending more money was the same thing. Okay, if you have anything you don't understand, just ask me directly. Zhang Jiefeng didn't mind, but he was curious how Yang Ming suddenly knew so much about jade. Where did you learn all this from? Hi, I just bought a book and read it blindly. Zhang Bin, where's the book? Yang Ming asked. Zhang Bin quickly took the book, Analysis of Jade Knowledge, from the bed and passed it to his father. Zhang Jiefeng flipped a few pages with interest and said, "Not bad. It's very basic. You're quite good at choosing books. This book is most suitable for beginners like you." "Uncle Zhang, you must be joking. How would I know? Luckily, I met an old gentleman in the bookstore who was quite knowledgeable in this field. He recommended it to me." Yang Ming smiled. "So that's the case. It seems like that person is also an expert." Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Zhang Jiefeng was in this business. He might have heard of old Mr. Lu's name, so he tried to ask, "Uncle Zhang, have you heard of Lu Weishan?" Chapter 117. Yeah, there are a lot of customers here, but there aren't many people from the Northeast. Most of the people who come to Tengsheng are from the South. The restaurant owner said, "Are you guys in the J business? Did you lose confidence in your two pieces of junk after seeing how awesome my stones were?" Zhang Bin boasted. Zhang Jiefeng nodded after listening. He was probably invited by Wu Fatsai like that. Actually, it was understandable. He didn't come here often to gamble. When the goods arrived, they would definitely give it to the regular customers first. Zhang Jiefeng ordered a few Northeast special smoke sauces. The few of them started to eat heartily. As for Lan Ling, she couldn't eat much. She ate a few mouthfuls of each dish and was full. "Lu Weishan? The old man you were talking about is Lu Weishan?" Zhang Jiefeng was surprised after listening. "Who knows, we might even get a piece of jade." Yang Ming smiled and said ambiguously, "Oh yeah, Yang Ming, how are your two stones? Don't tell me you were too embarrassed to take them out because you threw out a piece of junk?" Zhang Bin suddenly remembered the agreement between the two of them. "Are the few of you from the Northeast?" The restaurant owner had nothing to do, so he sat at a table and started a conversation with Yang Ming. "In other words, if we gamble on stones, we might be able to get a piece of jade?" Zhang Bin was surprised. "Of course. I'm a pure Northeast man. My wife is a chef, so she's also from the Northeast. Her skills are definitely authentic." The restaurant owner boasted. "Who did you get the goods from?" The restaurant owner asked. "It's Liang Jinda. Because his two front teeth are gold, everyone calls him Liang Jinya." The restaurant owner smiled. "If you want it, you have to hurry up. Don't spread this around. The first few days when the goods arrive, there will be a lot of people watching. Only after the last few days, when the goods are almost done, the owner of the goods will announce that he is looking for buyers. Don't underestimate the initiation. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. In other words, the first step was the most important step. As long as one was able to enter the door, they would be able to improve themselves in the future." Zhang Bin, it's easy to confuse the concepts of jadeite and jade. In fact, jadeite is indeed jade, but on the other hand, jade isn't necessarily jadeite. Zhang Jiefeng listened to his son and explained, "Jade is the collective name of natural jadeite. There are many types of natural jades, and they had different shapes and sizes depending on their chemical composition, density, hardness, and refractive index. Therefore, natural jade was divided into jadeite and nephrite. Jadeite was jade, and it was produced in Myanmar. Because of its unique composition and excellent quality, jadeite became the king of jades and was deeply loved by people. Nephrite was a natural jade that was harder than jadeite. At present, the natural jade produced in our country is basically nephrite. The most representative jade is the Hetian jade produced in Xinjiang, which is one of the best jades in China. Of course, Lu Weishan is a master in the jade stone carving world. He himself is also a titan in the jade stone appraisal world. He is an honorary consultant for many jewelry companies." Zhang Jiefeng said, "My company has invited him a few times, but he didn't agree. You know, as long as there's a jade that he appraises, the value will increase by a lot." "Yeah, I didn't expect to be able to eat such authentic Northeastern cuisine here," Zhang Jiefeng exclaimed. "Shredded pork with garlic sauce, double fried pork, spicy tofu, fried potato, and rice. This was the way of the Northeasterners. The Northeasterners weren't willing to eat noodles. Almost every meal was without rice." "That's amazing. Yang Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an expert today. Uncle Zhang, Elder Lu left me a name card so that I can ask him if I don't understand. Do you think I should give him a call? Then why are you still gambling here? Zhang Bin was a little confused. More or less. Wu Fatsai's batch of goods arrived last month, and they were picked a few times. You guys are just here to pick up the leftovers. I heard from the customers that Liang Jinya from the goods yard will be getting a batch of good goods these few days. If you guys are interested, you can go and take a look. If you're early, you can pick the good stuff. The restaurant owner said. Hee, gambling on jade is just a hobby. It's okay to play occasionally. It's just like buying lottery tickets. If you spend a few hundred yuan every month, it's okay. But if you want to buy a few hundred yuan, it's a little inappropriate. Zhang Jiefang said, this time, the main reason for coming is to let you experience it and get in touch with it. But since Liang Jinya was here, Zhang Jiefang still wanted to take a look. But he was just here to join the fun. He wasn't an expert in this field. It wouldn't be useful even if he went early. But looking at the situation, Zhang Bin had unknowingly learned a lot about this field. It could be said that he was a beginner. Zhang Jiefang was very happy. He felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Also, he was glad that he brought Yang Ming along. Because of Yang Ming's interest, Zhang Bin was interested. Zhang Bin didn't eat anything in the afternoon. He was already hungry, so he was very active. On the other hand, Yang Ming and Lan Ling weren't that hungry. In fact, Zhang Jiefang had his own plans. If Yang Ming really had a relationship with Lu Weishan, it would be very beneficial for his jewelry company. Why? Is this Lu Weishan very famous? Yang Ming wasn't in this industry, so naturally, he hadn't heard of him. Hee, then we are from the same hometown. We are from Songjiang City, the 3 northeastern provinces. That means that the 3 northeastern provinces are a family. Zhang Jiefang was a businessman. His character was more forthright, so he could talk to anyone. I haven't polished it yet. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He was so focused on the couple's game with Lan Ling that he didn't even think about the stone. I got it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming didn't have this intention to be Elder Lu's disciple. He couldn't rely on jade gambling for a living. Now, it was just a way to make money. So, it didn't matter if he knew how to carve. What was important was that he could pick out the good material from the rough stones. As for who would be the one to process it and how it would turn out, Yang Ming didn't want to be involved. Of course, you have to call. Elder Lu rarely takes the initiative to give his contact number to others. Moreover, he doesn't like to be polite. If he asked you to call him, he would be willing. Otherwise, he wouldn't give you his business card. Zhang Jiefang immediately said, Yang Ming, this is a good opportunity. If you can be Elder Lu's disciple, you will become a new figure in the jewelry industry. Yes, there are a lot of jewelry businessmen in Guangdong and Hong Kong who became rich overnight. They all relied on jade gambling to make a fortune, Zhang Jiefang said. But in the first few years, the probability of getting jade gambling was higher. At that time, the stones were cheaper. It didn't cost much to buy a bunch of them. After that, the businessmen who resell the rough stones became smarter. The price increased a few times. If you buy a bunch of jade stones, even if you get jade, you won't earn much money. Liang Jinya? Zhang Jiefang didn't come here often. Naturally, he didn't know the names of the other businessmen. Zhang Jiefang saw that Yang Ming didn't seem to have this intention, so he couldn't force him. He only advised, you should think about it. This is a rare opportunity. A lot of people want to be his disciple, but they can't find the right way. If that was the case, the biggest problem would be the sales. What reason should I come up with to not make Zhang Jiefang suspicious? Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Maybe Elder Lu just thought of me as a young man who is eager to learn. Maybe he didn't have the intention to accept me as his disciple. Yang Ming smiled. If he didn't even know the right way, how could he talk about improvement? That's true. But if he took the initiative to ask, you should consider it. Zhang Jiefang said, let's go. Let's go eat something. Jade? Oh yeah, what does jade mean? Isn't it also jade? Zhang Bin couldn't figure out the difference between the two. Wu Fatsai, what's wrong? Zhang Jiefang smiled and said, you know about this too? I'm in the jewelry business. I'm also in the jade business. It's just a small business. I can't be compared to the big boss in the South. Zhang Jiefeng was telling the truth. His scale wasn't enough. But Yang Ming was different. After listening to the restaurant owner, Yang Ming's heart moved. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity to make money. Because of his current identity, he couldn't come to Yunnan often. So, he might as well take this opportunity to make more. Chapter 118. When they returned to the hotel at night, under Zhang Bin's strong request, Yang Ming brought the 2 stones that he gambled during the day to Zhang Jiefeng's room. He wanted to let him appraise which one was more valuable. It's definitely mine. Zhang Bin pointed at his polished stone and said, "Mine is twice the size of yours." You can't say that. If it's a jade, a palm-sized piece would be worth millions. Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand. Which one is more valuable between a piece of gold and a piece of silver that's twice the size? That's the logic. How is it possible to get a jade? Zhang Bin was disdainful. Nothing is impossible. Luck is hard to predict. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head. Let's talk about me. Among the people who went to sea with me, I was the only one who made it big. The others are still working hard in small businesses. Zhang Bin didn't dare to say anything. He knew that his father was superstitious, so he said, "Yeah, my luck isn't good." "Son, you don't need luck. You have an advantage over others. You have a good father. Even though I'm not a billionaire, my net worth is in the tens of millions. As long as you don't go bankrupt and manage your business well, you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. I don't expect you to expand your business. You just need to protect your family business." Zhang Jiefeng said, "Dad, you make it sound like I'm a rich second generation." Zhang Bin was embarrassed. "If there is Yang Ming in the future, we can take care of each other. We will definitely make your family business great. And I was waiting for you to say that." Zhang Jiefeng laughed. What he said just now was so that Zhang Bin wouldn't feel burdened. But who didn't want their son to be successful? Yang Ming polished the broken jade a few times quietly to reveal the original color of the jade. Then he pretended to be disappointed and sighed. "It's not even as good as your broken one." Zhang Jiefeng took a look and shook his head. "This piece of jade can only be sold for 10 yuan at the artisan workshop. But it's okay. Isn't there another one? Maybe it is a piece of jade." Zhang Jiefeng comforted him. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Zhang." Yang Ming smiled. He purposely brought up this topic. He wanted to shift the topic to luck. He didn't expect Zhang Jiefeng to bring it up first. It saved him the trouble of thinking and talking. Yes, luck was a wonderful thing. There were even scientists from many countries who started to study luck as a science. Although this sounded a bit ridiculous, you had to admit that luck really did exist in the unseen world. For example, when people buy lottery tickets, some people win the lottery time and time again, while others don't win even once. And the person who won the lottery didn't even know why they won the lottery. It was the same at the poker table. Often, there would be a winner whose cards were especially smooth. Their luck was so good that there was nothing to say about it. These were all things that science could not explain. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to start from this aspect and attribute his superpower to luck. This way, no one could do anything to him. Hee, Yang Ming, how is it? You lost, right? I told you. How could you pick anything good out of that pile of junk? So many experts picked it. How could it be your turn? Zhang Bin said sarcastically. I despise you. Are you afraid that I would pick up a piece of jade and ruin your car? Yang Ming gave him a look of disdain. And why is it so green? Yang Ming pretended to be confused. He pointed at the corner of the jade in his hand. Let me see. Zhang Jiefeng was stunned. He quickly took the jade in Yang Ming's hand. After looking at it, his face was full of excitement. Yang Ming, do you know that this is jade? You actually picked up a piece of jade. What? Jade? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and stood up. Uncle Zhang, did you see wrongly? No, how could I see wrongly? Although your Uncle Zhang isn't an expert in this field, I'm still an expert in this field. I can still distinguish between jade and jade. This is definitely a piece of jade without a doubt. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect your luck to be so good. Today, The group of businessmen picked up a piece of jade. I thought it was very lucky. I didn't expect you to pick up a piece of jade just like that. Zhang Jiefeng took over the sandpaper in Yang Ming's hand and helped him sand it. Dad, is this really jade? Zhang Bin also felt that it was unbelievable. Go away. Why would your dad lie to you? Zhang Jiefeng was a little unhappy. Let me tell you, this time Yang Ming won. Your car is ruined. Don't, Dad. Aren't you asking me to ride a roller coaster? It was still in the sky just now. In the blink of an eye, it fell down. Zhang Bin was a little depressed. But since you're interested in jade, I will reward you with a car. Zhang Jiefeng said leisurely, but Zhang Bin was sweating profusely. Dad, are you trying to scare me? Zhang Bin let out a sigh of relief. Yang Ming, this piece of jade isn't as good as the one from the group of businessmen today. It isn't as big as that one, but it is still considered a mid-grade jade. This stone can be sold for about 200,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng said, how do you want to deal with it? I don't really understand the market. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? Yang Ming thought for a while. He still had 20,000 yuan in his savings. This money was enough for gambling. It didn't matter if this piece of jade was sold or not. I don't really recommend you to sell it directly. Uncle Zhang is now advising you as your elder. Of course, I'm a businessman. From a businessman's point of view, I'm naturally willing to let you sell it to me. Zhang Jiefeng said, but Uncle Zhang can't do that. You are Zhang Bin's good friend. Even if I want to earn money, I can't earn it from you. What I mean is, you can give the jade to me. Then I will let the people in the factory process it into jewelry and sell it in the shop. Then, it can be sold for about 800,000 yuan. Then it is all up to Uncle Zhang. You could just give me half of the money you earn. Yang Ming wasn't greedy for money. He still needed Zhang Jiefeng's channel in the future, so he couldn't be stingy. Hee, you're the younger generation. How can I, Zhang Jiefeng, take your money? Zhang Jiefeng laughed. If you really want to give it to me, you can follow the standard of other people. Give me a 10% commission fee. But when you process it, don't you need a commission fee? Yang Ming felt that Zhang Jiefeng wasn't a person who only cared about profits. So, he didn't worry about giving the jade to him. Besides, this jadeite was nothing to Yang Ming. As long as Yang Ming wanted, he could find a lot of jadeite from thousands of stones. That's just a small amount of money. It's only a few hundred yuan. Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand. Normally, only people who didn't have a channel would sell their jade. If not, who would be so stupid? They wouldn't earn money. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming thanked him. Zhang Jiefeng already knew about Yang Ming's family background from Zhang Bin. He knew that his parents were workers, so he wanted to use this opportunity to help Yang Ming. If not, he wouldn't be working for nothing. But since Yang Ming was willing to pay the commission fee, it didn't matter. Zhang Jiefeng also considered Yang Ming's luck to be able to obtain a piece of jadeite. Even if he was an expert for decades, he couldn't guarantee that one of the two stones he took out would be a piece of jadeite. If Zhang Jiefeng knew that Yang Ming had such a magical ability, he would hesitate. Even if his son was Yang Ming's good friend, he couldn't always help him with this kind of work. Uncle Zhang, can you give me a piece of the completed jade pendant? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Of course, this was originally yours. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. What kind of design do you want? I just need to instruct them. Yang Ming nodded. He decided to give Lan Ling a gift. He had already XO her many times, but he didn't give her a gift. Wasn't that too stingy? Wow, Yang Ming. You just bent down and picked up 800,000 yuan. Zhang Bin was full of envy. Do you have a secret? The secret is that no matter how strong the net is, there will always be a fish that escapes the net. Yang Ming smiled. This is a probability, hee. What? Zhang Bin was stunned. Yang Ming's words make sense, but not entirely. In fact, this could be because Yang Ming was lucky. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. What do you mean? Zhang Bin still didn't understand. In fact, Uncle Zhang also said that these so-called eyes of stone gambling are mostly based on their intuition and experience. There's no difference between a good jade and a bad jade from the outside. If someone could really tell the quality of the jade from the outside, who would sell the raw stones? It would be better to just pick the jade out directly. Those who mine all day long can't tell the difference, let alone these stone gambling people. So, I feel that there must be some missing jade in the pile that was picked out. Yang Ming explained, most people think that the raw stones won't have a good jade, but it doesn't mean that there won't be a good jade. I understand now. Zhang Bin nodded. What you mean is that the raw stones that weren't picked out and the raw stones that were picked out have the same probability of finding a good jade. Chapter 119. That's about it. Yang Ming was just spouting nonsense. He couldn't tell Zhang Bin that he saw the jadeite in the stone, right? That's right. Yang Ming is right. Zhang Jiefeng actually nodded. But I still feel that Yang Ming, your luck is extraordinarily good. Hee, it's just a coincidence. Yang Ming said, when I took the stone, it felt like someone wanted me to do so. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. If Boss Wu knew that I took his jadeite for free, he would be heartbroken. He wouldn't. At most, he would be envious. People who want to do business for a long time wouldn't ruin their reputation because of a small profit. Of course, this isn't a small profit, but Wu Fatsai doesn't need to ruin his reputation because of this. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and explained, especially in the jadeite gambling business. If other customers knew that Wu Fatsai went back on his words after seeing the jadeite, then his stone business would be over. After Yang Ming heard it, he felt that Zhang Jiefeng was right, so he didn't care. Originally, this jadeite stone was casually thrown on the table in Yang Ming's room. But now, since Zhang Jiefeng knew that it was a jadeite, he couldn't let Yang Ming casually put it in the room. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant. Who could guarantee that this hotel was 100% safe? The staff were all hired temporary workers. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be tempted by the money? The people in Tangchong more or less understood the value of jadeite. If something worth a few $100,000 was casually placed in a room, it was hard to guarantee that no one would be tempted. So, Zhang Jiefeng directly put the jadeite in a bag and put in his own password-protected luggage. At night, Yang Ming used his new phone to call his family. He had been out for 3 days. Yang Ming didn't contact his parents. He was afraid that his parents would be worried. Sure enough, Yang Ming's mother picked up the phone and heard Yang Ming's voice. She asked worriedly, "Big Ming, how are you? Are you used to living and eating there? Are you sick?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. He's staying in a 3-star hotel, and the bathroom is even more luxurious than ours." Yang Ming comforted her. "I ate well and slept well. There are many snacks here, but I couldn't bring some for you and Dad to try." "What's there to bring? Mom is already so old. What haven't I eaten before? Do I still care about those snacks?" Although Mother Yang said this, she was very happy in her heart. It was enough that her son had such filial piety. I'll see if there are any plastic sealed ones. I'll bring some back when I leave." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Are you and Dad doing well? We are all fine. By the way, Big Ming, your classmate just called home looking for you." Mother Yang said, "Classmate? Who is it?" Yang Ming's breathing became rapid. He vaguely felt that the person on the phone should be Chun Mingyan. Sure enough, Mother Yang said, "It's Chun Mingyan. She asked you to call her when you come back." Yang Ming glanced at the direction of the bathroom, and Lan Ling was taking a shower inside. He sighed helplessly and said, "I got it. And this girl is very good. When you come back, invite her to our house as a guest and let her know the house." Yang Ming's college entrance examination was over, so Mother Yang didn't stop Yang Ming from dating. "Let's talk about it later, Mom. How can a girl casually come to other people's house as a guest?" Yang Ming said with some irritation. "Why can't she come? I've already talked to Chun Mingyan to let her come to our house as a guest, and she has already agreed." Mother Yang was obviously very satisfied with Chun Mingyan, so she wanted to matchmake her and Yang Ming. "Mom, why are you forget it? Let's talk about this when I go back." Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. If it was a few days ago, Yang Ming didn't know how happy he would be, but now, Yang Ming felt that he couldn't face Chun Mingyan. Getting both the fish and the bear's paw was his dream, but reality wasn't easy to implement. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Yang Ming, what are you thinking about? Lan Ling hugged Yang Ming from behind. Her two soft and bulging breasts were stuck to Yang Ming's back. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Yang Ming forced a smile and gently pushed Lan Ling away. My body is full of sweat. You just took a shower. Won't you get dirty? It's okay. I like the smell of your body. Lan Ling didn't notice Yang Ming's bitterness. I'm going to take a shower first. Yang Ming stood up and walked to the bathroom. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming's back and sighed faintly. Just now, she had already heard the content of Yang Ming's phone call, but she pretended not to know. Should she tell him or not? When Lan Ling met Yang Ming, her identity wasn't very glamorous. However, no matter how glamorous it was, Lan Ling was still a girl. She was jealous. She couldn't give up her right to like Yang Ming just because she sold her first time to Yang Ming, right? Because he was thinking about Chen Mingyin, Yang Ming only hugged Lan Ling to sleep that night. He didn't do anything else. Lan Ling was also surprisingly well-behaved. She didn't tease Yang Ming. The next day, there wasn't anything special. Yang Ming and Lan Ling slept until very late. Originally, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he came to Zhang Bin's room. He didn't expect that this guy had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Yang Ming, after I go to university, I'm going to eat you, the rich guy. Zhang Bin said vaguely with a mouth full of toothpaste bubbles. Come on, if I'm a rich guy, you're an old rich guy. Yang Ming said with a smile, I still need to save my money for when I get married in the future. Why do you need to get married? Chen Mingyin is already your sister-in-law. Zhang Bin said halfway and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lan Ling was still standing beside Yang Ming, so he said awkwardly, You already have Lan Ling. Why do you still need to save money? Lan Ling deliberately pretended that she didn't understand. She still had that cute expression on her face, but she bit her lips imperceptibly. Yang Ming laughed and didn't want to continue this topic. Where's Uncle Zhang? What's the plan today? My dad? I don't know. I just woke up. I'll wake him up later. Of course. It would be better if I caught him in bed. Yesterday, I was wondering if I should ask my dad to buy me a BMW. Zhang Bin said with a sneaky smile. This kind of thing can only be understood, but not explained. I reckon that if you really shed all pretense of cordiality, you won't have a good ending. At most, your dad will be yelled at by your mom and die from kneeling on the washboard. As for your consequences, you should think about it yourself. Yang Ming said faintly. Zhang Bin laughed twice. He was just saying it casually. He didn't have the guts to catch me in bed. After Zhang Bin finished packing, the three of them came to Zhang Jiefeng's door. After knocking for a long time, Zhang Jiefeng opened the door with sleepy eyes. Zhang Bin, what's the matter? Dad, you're not awake yet? Zhang Bin knew that his father must have been woken up by him. I didn't sleep well last night. You guys go and play. I want to sleep again. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Dad, you slept early yesterday. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Why are you still sleepy? Zhang Bin felt strange, but in an instant, his face showed an ambiguous expression. Could it be, little brat, don't talk nonsense. Your dad is just thinking about business. Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand impatiently. I'm so sleepy. I'll call you when I wake up. As Zhang Jiefeng was about to close the door, a lazy female voice suddenly came from a room. Boss, who is it? It's so early. I can't sleep because of the noise. Huh? Zhang Bin and Yang Ming looked at each other. What we just said was so effective. Zhang Jiefeng was also embarrassed. I forgot to turn off the TV. I'll turn it off. You guys go and play, Dad. Zhang Bin still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Zhang Jiefeng. Don't bother me. Otherwise, the car will be ruined. Zhang Jiefeng said and closed the door. Chapter 120. See, I was right. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder sympathetically. My condolences. Bro, don't scare me. My car. Zhang Bin was shocked. You reap what you sow. Uncle Zhang already said that the TV wasn't switched off. Why didn't you give him some face? Yang Ming sighed. Just give him a way out. Didn't I want more benefits at that time? Zhang Bing muttered softly. More? You really want more? Then I can't do anything. Yang Ming shook his head. Don't, bro, think about it. If I have a car, doesn't that mean you have a car too? Then you could drive Lan Ling for a ride. Zhang Bin tempted him. Yang Ming thought to himself, if I have the ability to see Jade, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to buy a car? However, he didn't want to be too flamboyant at the beginning. Besides, he was still a newbie. A newbie's car would be useless. He could use Zhang Bin's car to practice. So he said, actually, you just need to pretend that you don't know anything. At most, I can talk to you and say that we have to go to his shop to study Jade. It's inconvenient if we don't have a car. Yeah, it takes an hour to get from school to my dad's company. That's how it is. Zhang Bin nodded. Besides, he just earned 80,000 yuan from you. You should have bought it for me. However, this matter wasn't up to Zhang Bin anymore. Then, the matter of Zhang Jiefeng looking for prostitutes was put on the table. In the afternoon, 2 police officers came to Zhang Jiefeng's hotel room. Of course, they weren't there to catch a prostitute. It was Zhang Jiefeng who called the police. Yang Ming's jade was missing. A jade worth 200,000 yuan was missing. The leader of the police station was very concerned. Tengcheng was a jade trading city. The government was very concerned about the safety of the merchants. Hence, not long after Zhang Jiefeng reported the case, 2 police officers came to investigate. After Yang Ming and Zhang Bin received the news, they immediately rushed back to the hotel. When they arrived at Zhang Jiefeng's room, the police were busy investigating the crime scene and taking notes. When did you find out that the jade was missing? When was the last time you saw the jade? The police officer asked. When I got up at noon, I opened the box and found that the jade was gone. Zhang Jiefeng answered, the last time I saw the imperial jade was when I put it in my bag last night. Who saw it when you put it in your bag? The officer asked. My son's classmate, and his classmate's girlfriend are beside him. Zhang Jiefeng said honestly. Who is your son's classmate? How is your relationship with your son? The officer asked. Police comrade, are you suspecting my son's classmate? That's impossible. This piece of imperial jade belongs to him. Zhang Jiefeng quickly explained. So he was the owner of Jadeite? Where is he? The officer asked. I am here. I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded to the officer and walked over. I am the owner of Jadeite. The officer nodded and temporarily excluded Yang Ming. He didn't have any motive to commit the crime. He didn't need to steal his own things. In other words, the people who saw the jade were your own people? The officer asked. Yes. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. After they returned to their rooms, did anyone else come to your room? The officer asked. Zhang Jiefeng's face turned red. I called a prostitute. What did you call her from? Do you know her name? Do you have her contact information? The officer didn't have the mood to reprimand Zhang Jiefeng's behavior. Losing a jade worth 200,000 yuan was much more serious than prostitution. If the case wasn't solved quickly, it would inevitably bring negative effects to other merchants. I contacted her according to this business card. According to the prostitute, her name was Xiao Li. Zhang Jiefeng didn't dare to hide. He took a business card from the bedside table and passed it to the officer. Yang Ming glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. The business card said, Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort, Female Student, White Collar, Model, Door-to-Door Service Official Invoice. Contact number, 139X times X times X. Contact, Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan? Fuck, did this guy disguise himself as a Japanese? Or is he a pimp? He can even provide official invoices? I wonder why. Yang Ming wasn't worried about the jade that he lost. Maybe it was too easy, so Yang Ming didn't put it in his heart. Xiao Wang, can you check who this phone number belongs to? The officer passed the business card to another officer who just finished investigating the scene. Xiao Wang took off his white gloves, took the business card, and left the hotel room. Did the prostitute bring anything with her when she left? For example, a bag? Also, when did she leave? The officer continued to ask. She left around 11 in the afternoon. She only brought a small handbag. Zhang Jiefeng said, if the handbag didn't contain anything else, it would be enough to contain the jade. But I didn't expect her to steal the jade, so I didn't pay much attention. Such a big boss. Why don't you just bring a secretary out to do business? Why do you need a prostitute? The officer mocked Zhang Jiefeng. Now you lost 200,000 yuan worth of goods. Officer, I was wrong. I won't look for a prostitute anymore. Zhang Jiefeng was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring a secretary, but bringing a female secretary out with his son, this influence. All right, what's the point of saying this now? What was the point of saying this earlier? The officer asked a few more questions about the Jade's appearance. Zhang Jiefeng answered them one by one. Deputy Director Li, I asked the informant. This Fragrance Pavilion private escort was set up by Bebe Bath's Feng Laolu. What do you think? At this moment, Xiao Wang came back and told the officer. And I got it. The officer, who was called Deputy Director Li, took out his phone and dialed the number on the business card. After the call was connected, there was a sweet female voice. Hello, this is Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort Company. How can I help you? Help me find Feng Laolu. Deputy Director Li said. You are looking for Manager Feng? Please hold on. The female voice asked. After a while, the phone changed to a man's voice. Hello, who is looking for me? Feng Laolu, I am Li Xiaoyang. Deputy Director Li said. It's Deputy Director Li. Why are you looking for me? Feng Laolu's voice immediately became warm. Feng Laolu, let me ask you, is this Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort Company set up by you? Deputy Director Li asked. Deputy Director Li, this is a legitimate company. You are. Feng Laolu was shocked and quickly smiled apologetically. I don't care if you're a legitimate company or not. That is the Industry and Commerce Bureau's problem. Let me ask you a question now. Last night, there was a lady called Xiao Li who went to XX Hotel's XX room. Do you have her contact information? Deputy Director Li asked. Deputy Director Li, what do you mean? This is a legitimate company. How can there be a lady? Feng Laolu said with a bitter face. Feng Laolu, don't pretend to be confused. I'm telling you, I have a case that involves that lady called Xiao Li. This has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to get involved? Deputy Director Li was a little angry. Feng Laolu understood when he heard this. His heart was a lot more at ease. It seemed that he was not here for him. So he quickly said, Yes. I will find the address for you. Xiao Li's real name is Li Moli. She lives at XX Road, XX Room, Unit 4, 601. Is she at home? Deputy Director Li asked. I'm not sure, but she should be here. The lady's job is to work at night. Feng Laolu said. Okay, I got it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or else you will have to bear the consequences. Deputy Director Li said. Also, you better be honest with me. If you cause any trouble, the first one I will deal with will be you. Yes, Deputy Director Li. I am a legitimate businessman. Feng Laolu said quickly. You are a legitimate businessman? Deputy Director Li shook his head. He asked Zhang Jiefeng a few more questions. Then he told him not to go out and to wait for news in the hotel. Yang Ming, I am sorry. I lost your Imperial Jade. Zhang Jiefeng said with a little shame. It's okay, Uncle Zhang. Didn't you report to the police? I believe there will be a result soon. Yang Ming smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. If you can't find it, Uncle Zhang will compensate you for the Imperial Jade. Don't be angry. Zhang Jiefeng said. Uncle Zhang, look at what you're saying. It's okay. At most, I will go and gamble for another piece of Imperial Jade tomorrow. Yang Ming shook his head and said indifferently. Zhang Jiefeng didn't say anything after he heard it. He knew that Yang Ming was comforting him. Was Imperial Jade something that could be obtained by gambling? Of course, he didn't know about Yang Ming's ability. If he knew about Yang Ming's ability, he would understand that anything was possible for Yang Ming. Chapter 121. After the police left, Zhang Bin and his son didn't mention anything about finding a prostitute. However, Zhang Jiefeng was still embarrassed. He felt that he had wronged Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt that the atmosphere in the room wasn't good, so he pulled Lan Ling back to his room. Yang Ming, I feel that this is weird, Lan Ling said as soon as they returned to the room. He had to say, this girl's serious appearance was a bit awkward. What do you mean? Yang Ming asked. It's weird that the jade was lost. Although I have only been a prostitute for a day, I heard that a prostitute wouldn't rummage through the guest's luggage when I was chatting with others. Even a greedy prostitute would only take the money in the guest's pocket because everyone knows that a normal person wouldn't put valuable things in the luggage. Lan Ling analyzed. If that's the case, it's weird. You mean that Uncle Zhang stole it? Yang Ming shook his head. He also suspected Zhang Jiefeng just now. Although Zhang Jiefeng seemed like a good person, he still had to be cautious. A few $100,000 wasn't a small amount. Therefore, Yang Ming scanned the entire room with his X-ray vision. He didn't find any trace of the jade. In other words, it wasn't Zhang Jiefeng who hid the jade. That's not it. You know it. Let me tell you, my intuition is very accurate. I don't think Uncle Zhang did anything wrong. Lan Ling shook her head. It's a pity that the jade was lost. I wanted to make a jade pendant for you. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Give it to me? Lan Ling was stunned. She suddenly remembered that Yang Ming said that he wanted to keep a piece of jade. It was for her. Lan Ling couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. It's okay. I'm happy that you have such intentions. Don't worry, Lan Ling. Even if I can't find the jade, I will find another one for you. Yang Ming felt that this wasn't a difficult thing to do. Other people who lost things were very anxious. Yang Ming lost 200,000 yuan worth of jade and even 800,000 yuan worth of jade. He still lay on the bed with a clear conscience and continued to study the brief analysis of Jadestone knowledge. Lan Ling continued to study the live-action movie because the program was different every day. Today's movie was a Japanese one. It was much more subtle than yesterday's American blockbuster. However, it had a lot more variety. Lan Ling watched it with great interest. From time to time, she would ask Yang Ming some questions. She was like a good student who studied seriously. Yang Ming, look at what this is. Lan Ling pointed at the screen and asked, Oh, this is a vibrating egg. Yang Ming glanced at it and then continued to study the book in his hand. Vibrating egg? What is it for? Lan Ling asked again. What's the use of it? Can't you watch TV yourself? Yang Ming said unhappily. This Lan Ling, isn't she doing this on purpose? Lan Ling smiled slyly. I don't need this kind of thing. Lan Ling. Yang Ming was so angry that he glared at her. If you don't want to use it, then don't. Why did you have to tell me? My dear, do you want me? Lan Ling climbed onto the bed happily beside Yang Ming. Therefore, since Yang Ming couldn't bear it anymore, he didn't have to bear it anymore. At night, Deputy Chief Li from the nearby police station called and asked Zhang Jiefeng to come to the police station. Jasmine Li was found. In the police station's interrogation room, Yang Ming saw Jasmine Li, a woman who was dressed very flirtatiously. Yang Ming really doubted Zhang Jiefeng's taste. Isn't it too bad? Jasmine Li was obviously nervous. After all, this was a case that involved 200,000 yuan. She was just a prostitute. How could she not be nervous? I didn't take any jade at all. Is this dead fatty trying to frame me? Suddenly, a voice entered Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming was stunned. He saw that the person beside him didn't have any reaction. He knew that he saw someone else's thoughts. This thought was obviously Jasmine Li's. Although Yang Ming didn't know how his special ability appeared suddenly, he still believed in his own ability. Since Jasmine Li had such thoughts, then she definitely wasn't the person who stole the jade. The dead fatty that she was thinking of was probably Zhang Jiefeng. As expected, Deputy Chief Li shook his head apologetically to Zhang Jiefeng. According to our investigation, this Jasmine Li is basically ruled out. We have seen the handbag that she used. Although it looked big on the outside, the space inside was very small. It wasn't enough to hold a piece of jade. Moreover, the most important thing is that if the person who took the jade was her, then she wouldn't go back to her original place to sleep. When we reached her house, Jasmine Li was putting on makeup and preparing to accompany a guest at night. This way, her suspicion would be reduced even more, especially a prostitute like her who belongs to an organization. It's different from a prostitute who works alone. As long as we find the boss behind the scenes, we can find them. People like her who steal things rarely do. Zhang Jiefeng nodded with disappointment. He knew that Deputy Chief Li made sense. The case has been reported to the branch office. Tomorrow, the branch office will send someone over. Boss Zhang, they might ask you for more information. It's best that you don't touch the things in the hotel, especially your luggage. Deputy Chief Li instructed. No problem, I understand. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Yang Ming had already expected this result, so he didn't do anything special. However, Zhang Jiefeng was very disappointed. He thought that once Jasmine Li was arrested, the jade would be found. He didn't expect to be happy for nothing. Zhang Jiefeng was a straightforward person. After leaving the police station, he wanted to bring Yang Ming to the bank. No matter what, he had to transfer 200,000 yuan to him. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing? The police haven't solved the case yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Ming quickly rejected. Yang Ming, your Uncle Zhang doesn't lack this money. I don't feel at ease. I've been thinking about this for the whole afternoon. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and hesitated. Yang Ming, you don't think that Uncle Zhang is embezzling, right? Of course not, Uncle Zhang. Why would you think so? Yang Ming quickly waved his hand. If this jade was made into a finished product, it could be sold for 800,000 yuan. Do you think that Uncle Zhang is greedy for your money? Zhang Jiefeng still felt uneasy. How is that possible? Uncle Zhang, if you want to lie to me, you can just say that this jade isn't valuable and buy it at a low price. Why do you have to spend so much effort? I have never doubted you. Yang Ming said. If you say so, then I am relieved. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and said, but you don't have to worry. If we can't find it, then I will compensate you for your loss. Yang Ming could only nod. Although the jade was lost, the business still had to be done. The most important thing was to find a way to make up for the loss. On the second day, Zhang Jiefeng brought Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to Liang Jinya's Jadestone Company. Liang Jinya saw that they were unfamiliar, so he asked, Boss, how did you know that I have a new batch of raw stones? One of my business friends told me. He is one of your customers, but he didn't come this time. Zhang Jiefeng told the reason that he had thought of earlier. Who is your friend? Liang Jinya asked. Sunflower. Zhang Jiefeng said, I'm not sure about his real name. You know that people who do business don't like to show off. There's no need to get to the bottom of it. Liang Jinya nodded. He also understood that most of the customers who came here to get their goods used fake names for safety reasons. Since Zhang Jiefeng was introduced by a customer, then he couldn't reject him. So he said, Boss, since it's your first time here, let me tell you the rules. You have to get the new batch of goods. Each batch is at least 100,000 yuan. No problem. Zhang Jiefeng didn't mind and nodded. 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. Liang Jinya gave Zhang Jiefeng a few big woven bags. After he wrote a number on them, he signaled for him to pick the stones from the warehouse and weigh them. Boss Liang, I want to gamble a few stones, but I can't get 100,000. Is that okay? Yang Ming asked. You guys are together, so it doesn't matter. I'll give you another bag. You can pick by yourself. The reason why Liang Jinya set the requirement of 100,000 was because he was afraid that there would be customers who didn't get enough goods. But Yang Ming didn't need to follow the rules since he came together. Why? Yang Ming, do you still want to gamble? Zhang Jiefeng was surprised. Yeah, I'm interested in this business. I want to try my luck. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Sure, Uncle will pay for you. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. It's okay. I have my own money. Yang Ming didn't want to have any property disputes in the future. This kind of thing happened too often on TV and the internet. For example, two friends went out to buy. I wanted to buy a lottery ticket, but he didn't have any change. It was B who spent the money. When the lottery ticket was won, B wasn't happy. He went to court to sue A because he spent the money. So, he felt that the prize money should belong to him. Chapter 122. Although Zhang Jiefeng was a forthright person, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted by money. 1 or 2 pieces of jade was fine, but a big sack, what kind of concept was that? Yang Ming didn't want to turn against Zhang Bin because of money. Hence, there was a saying, brothers should settle their accounts clearly. This way, it wouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble in the future. Why would I let you spend money when I'm out with Uncle Zhang? Zhang Jiefeng patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Why? Do you have a problem with Uncle Zhang? No, Uncle Zhang. You misunderstood. I just want to earn some money by gambling on stones. Only when the capital is yours will there be a sense of achievement when you earn money in the future. Yang Ming said a seemingly reasonable reason. And that's right. You will cherish your own money. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and actually agreed. When he saw the pile of stones in the warehouse, Yang Ming was stunned. He was hoping to pick a sack of jade, but now it seemed like it would be difficult. Although Yang Ming could use his X-ray vision to find the stones that contained jade, most of the stones were underneath. He couldn't just move all the stones aside and only pick the one in the middle. If he did that, it would be strange if he didn't attract suspicion. There were already a few groups of merchants in the warehouse. They were surrounding the pile of stones and picking. They were whispering from time to time. This time, Zhang Jiefeng didn't bring his eyes. Because at Wu Fatsai's place, the stones picked by his eyes weren't very good. It was like a win-win situation. It was hard work, but no reward. Hence, Zhang Jiefeng decided to try his luck this time. The middle-aged Zhang Jiefeng believed in luck. If not, why would people with the same experience have such different lives? Some were already at the top of society, while others were struggling to survive. The difference between people's IQ was the difference between a genius and a retard. Most people's IQ was about the same, and Zhang Jiefeng didn't think that he was smarter than others. Hence, his current success could only be attributed to luck. Back then, he and another laid-off worker went to the south to start an accessory business. Both of them casually brought some goods back to sell. While Zhang Jiefeng's goods were selling like hotcakes, that person's goods were piled up on the stall with no one interested. In the end, he had to sell them at a loss. With this failure, the man bought a tricycle and went to work as a coolie. As for Zhang Jiefeng, he just casually picked the goods, but they were still selling well. If this wasn't luck, then what was it? Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Bin were together. Yang Ming and Lan Ling were together. The two groups of people started their own stone gambling. Yang Ming scanned the exposed stones in a large circle. There was only one piece of jadeite. The rest were basically nephrite. However, there were many pieces of good quality jade. Through the conversation just now, Yang Ming already knew that the price of new jade was 500 yuan per caddy. He estimated that 10,000 yuan could buy 20 caddies of jade. Even if there wasn't that much jade, he could still make a lot of money by filling a bag with good quality jade. Thinking of this, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. There was only one piece of jadeite on the surface. Yang Ming, of course, wouldn't let it go. However, there was a group of people near the location of the jadeite stone. Yang Ming purposely squeezed through. Why did it feel like stealing someone's rice bowl? In fact, Yang Ming thought too much. In the stone gambling industry, it was all about snatching food. If you saw a stone, you had to quickly take it in your hands. Otherwise, if someone else took it first, you could only look at it. As long as the stone wasn't in the hands of others, anyone could take it. Yang Ming didn't know the rules. He was afraid that it wasn't polite. Hence, he wanted to wait for the group of people to leave before he went over. However, just as Yang Ming was hesitating, that piece of jadeite was taken by one of the group of people. Yang Ming's heart tightened. He regretted it in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have cared about his face. This piece of jadeite was bigger than the one he lost. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's regretful expression. She was puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Money. Yang Ming seemed to see the money grow wings and fly away. Lan Ling was far away. She couldn't feel whether the stone was good or bad. Intuition also had a distance. If it was too far away, it would be ineffective. Hence, she didn't know that Yang Ming had missed a good opportunity to make money. And Yang Ming was suddenly stunned. The person who took the jadeite didn't put in the bag. Instead, he just threw it at his feet. It seemed that this person had excluded it. Yang Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that this guy was also an idiot. After missing the opportunity once, Yang Ming didn't care about manners this time. He directly squeezed through. Yang Ming's figure was very swift and fierce. He easily squeezed the people on the side to the side. Why are you squeezing? There's so many places. Why do you have to come here to join in the fun? The person who was squeezed complained. Yang Ming didn't have time to care about him. He was afraid that the stone would be picked up by someone else. He directly bent down and grabbed the jadeite in his hand. Only then did he feel relieved and put it into his bag like a treasure. Ha! A few 100,000 yuan is in my hands. Making money is so easy. Thinking of the Qiji Internet YY novels that he read before, Yang Ming was very proud. Using special ability to make money is more awesome than others. Seeing Yang Ming pick up a stone from under his feet, the boss who was squeezed couldn't help but say sarcastically, someone actually picked up a stone that was eliminated by Master Wang. He really doesn't mind having more money. How could Yang Ming not understand the boss's words? He was indirectly scolding him for not having good taste. The person who eliminated the jadeite was probably the Master Wang that the boss was talking about. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse in his heart. Idiot. Was an optimist. This guy is a typical example. He casually threw away a few 100,000 yuan item and still pretended to be cool. Yang Ming couldn't bear to attack this idiot, so he pretended that he didn't understand and left. Lan Ling and Yang Ming went together. Naturally, she also heard the boss's words. However, she also knew that Yang Ming picked up a good stone. She couldn't help but laugh. That boss is really stupid. And he is just average. I have seen people who are stupider than him. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming walked around the stone pile a few times and picked out the better quality jadeite. Of course, he also put in some trash. Otherwise, it would be too fake. After picking out a small sack, there was about half good jade and half bad jade. After sealing the mouth, he weighed it. 23 kilograms, 11,500 yuan. Yang Ming paid the money directly. Seeing that Zhang Bin and the others hadn't finished picking, Yang Ming decided to help them. He picked up a few jadeite pieces and threw them into Zhang Bin's sack. Of course, it was only a few pieces. He didn't want to overdo it. Zhang Jiefeng didn't specialize in this. 200 kilograms of jadeite was enough. He didn't make any extra movements. He sealed the mouth, weighed the money, and left. Yang Ming, what about your sack of stones? Do you want to throw it away here or go back first? Zhang Jiefeng asked. Uncle Zhang, what about you? Yang Ming didn't know how to handle it. I'm going to transport it all back to Songjiang. Zhang Jiefeng said, I have my own processing plant. It is more convenient to go back. Then, I will transport my sack back too. Yang Ming nodded and said. Yang Ming didn't want to make the same mistake twice. Before the jadeite was polished, it was no different from other stones. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about losing it during the transport. For safety reasons, it was better to go back to Songjiang first. After all, Yang Ming put in a lot of money this time. Of course, if other people in the jadeite business heard this, they would be shocked. 10,000 yuan worth of jadeite was considered a lot of money. The previous jadeite seemed to have disappeared. The police couldn't find anything. The hotel staff also investigated, but there was still no result. Although it took some time to solve the case, Zhang Jiefeng and Yang Ming had stayed here for almost a week. They hadn't explored the other places in Yunnan yet. After Zhang Jiefeng asked for Yang Ming's opinion, they decided not to wait any longer. The next day, they checked out of the hotel and headed to Lijiang. Lijiang City was located at the junction between the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. It was more than 240 meters above sea level. Sichuan Langzhong, Shangxi Pingyao, and Anhui Shixian were the four best preserved ancient cities. If they didn't go to Lijiang for a trip to Yunnan, it would be a wasted trip. Although Zhang Jiefeng was already past his middle age, his interest in traveling didn't diminish. The four of them toured Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, Lijiang Ancient City, Lashi Sea, Spruce Field, Baishui River, Ganhaizi, Jade Peak Temple, Baisha Murals, Tiger Leaping Gorge, Yangtze River's First Bay, Luba Lake Yak Field, Laojun Mountain, and Ice Tower Forest. Chapter 123. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a corner. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. With such an explanation, the middle-aged woman's idea was confirmed. Along the way, she looked at Yang Ming and Lan Ling with suspicion. She even suspected that Lan Ling's ID was fake. She didn't look like she was 17 years old. In the afternoon, Yang Ming brought Lan Ling and Zhang Bin to a real estate agency. There are 3 that meet your requirements. The houses were built after the year 2000. One of them is at the back door of Songjiang Industry University, Huafu District. The other 2 are the staff residential buildings of Songjiang Industry University. The middle-aged woman said, Huafu District is more expensive. The house was built last year. The area is bigger, 88 square meters. The staff residential buildings were built in 1999 and 2002 respectively. The area is about the same, 34 square meters. The one in 1999 was renovated, but the one in 2002 wasn't. Originally, Yang Ming's parents wanted to come to the airport to pick them up. Because Lan Ling was there, it was hard to explain. Therefore, Yang Ming told his parents not to come. Zhang Jiefeng's driver would send them back. Yeah, don't go. The middle-aged woman had nothing to do. Of course, she had to do business. Do you have an ID? She wanted to confirm that these 3 kids weren't here to cause trouble. It seemed that he could only find a house for Lan Ling first. He would think of a way to convince his parents later. Can the rent be cheap? Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin discussed for a while and asked for Lan Ling's opinion. They both felt that the staff residential building was a good choice. After all, most of the people living there are teachers. There weren't any people from the society. It was safer. How much is the rent? Yang Ming felt that the staff residential building was a good choice. Coincidentally, Zhang Bin and the others also came out. The 4 of them checked out. A waiter came to check the facilities in the room. Yang Ming carefully looked at the waiter who came to clean his room. He memorized his appearance in his heart. One of the owners went out. Now, we only have the renovated one for 1999. Is that okay? After putting down the phone, the middle-aged woman asked. As for Yang Ming, he was very surprised when he saw Professor Liu come down from the car. This person was Liu Weishan, whom he had met in Tongchong a while ago. Yang Ming was stunned. It turned out that Liu Weishan didn't recognize him just now. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. However, he immediately thought about how Liu Weishan was so famous. He would definitely come into contact with many people every day. It was normal for him to not remember someone he had only met once. Just a reminder, you're not allowed to have any private contact with the house owner later. The middle-aged woman said, just to be safe, you have to give me a deposit of 50 yuan first. Otherwise, how am I going to make money if you bypass me? Catch a flight? Although she usually woke up earlier than Yang Ming, it was only 3 in the morning, the time when she was most sleepy. Can't you sleep a little longer? Today was the day to return to Songjiang by plane. Yang Ming got up very early. He looked at Lan Ling, who was sleeping like a kitten. He patted her back and said, Lan Ling, get up quickly. We have to catch the plane today. Right? I remember now. You are the young man I met in Tongchong's Xinhua bookstore. Liu Weishan touched his forehead and suddenly said, Songjiang Industry University's residential area was in the campus. After Yang Ming stayed in the campus, it would be very convenient for him to find Lan Ling. Because it was built by the university for its own employees, the environment here was very good. There was a professional cleaning staff, and entry and exit required a pass. If there were people who came to visit friends, the security room would call the owner to verify. Therefore, people who were not authorized to enter couldn't enter. We could talk about Huafu District. The price for the residential area is the lowest. The middle-aged woman said, if you think it is suitable, I will contact the house owner to look at the house. Yang Ming found it funny. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Sleep on the plane. What is the relationship between the 2 of you? The middle-aged woman liked to be a busybody. Let's look at the residential area. Yang Ming said, the residential area's rental is 800 yuan per month. The residential area's rental is 1,500 yuan per month. The middle-aged woman said, okay, when do we look at the house? Yang Ming didn't care if the house was renovated well. Okay, let's go look at the house now. Huh? When Professor Liu saw Yang Ming, He couldn't help but be stunned. Zhongbin didn't know what the middle-aged woman was thinking, so he explained, "My dad's car is from the company. It's not ours. It's hers." Yang Ming pointed at Lan Ling. "Sometimes I also live there." In order to arrange for Lan Ling, Yang Ming called his parents after he arrived in Songjiang. He told them that he would go to Zhang Bin's house first and go back at night. Anyway, Yang's father and mother Yang had to go to work, so they didn't care. 10% was 80 yuan. It was quite reasonable. Yang Ming nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Ming thought that it was true. He looked at the business license on the wall again. He felt that this person shouldn't be a scammer, so he took out 50 yuan and gave it to the middle-aged woman. However, she immediately stopped talking. She probably subconsciously thought that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were rich young masters. Lan Ling was Yang Ming's mistress behind his family's back. "Okay, I'll tell you the intermediary fee first. Once you decide to rent, you and the owner will pay me 10% of the monthly rental as the intermediary fee." The middle-aged woman said, "Okay, you can fly back by yourself. I'll go first." Yang Ming smiled. When the middle-aged woman heard that it was a student, she immediately felt relieved. She was afraid that it would be rented to a social worker. When the time came, the owner would come and find her. Who rents the house? Songjiang's housing agencies hadn't formed a chain business model yet. They were all small private businesses. The operators were mostly middle-aged women. The middle-aged woman in front of them looked at the intimate man and woman in front of her with suspicion. "You can rent it now," the middle-aged woman said. "The owner is a professor from Songjiang Industry University. The house is assigned by the university, but he still has another one. This one is empty." "Elder Lu, how come it's you?" Yang Ming said happily. Zhang Jiafeng had already told Yang Ming about Lu Weishan's identity, so Yang Ming was very respectful to him. "Boyfriend and girlfriend," Yang Ming answered. After about 10 minutes, a Volkswagen Golf stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. An old man in his 50s came down from the car. The middle-aged woman quickly greeted him. "Professor Lu, I've brought the person to look at the house." Seeing Zhang Bin's Chrysler 300C, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but ask, "You're sitting in such a good car and you still want to rent a house?" "1 or 2 houses are fine. It's best if it's a house from 2,000 years ago. It doesn't matter if it's renovated or not, as long as the environment is good." Yang Ming didn't know much about this. He just told his request to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman gave him a deposit receipt and contacted the owner of the house. The middle-aged woman was a small business. She operated alone. She directly locked the door and brought Yang Ming to look at the house. Now, Yang Ming couldn't enter. They stood at the entrance of the family area and waited for the owner to pick them up. After Lan Ling tidied herself up, Yang Ming went to wash his face and brush his teeth. After everything was ready, Yang Ming carried his luggage and left the room with Lan Ling. Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafeng were staying in the same room this time. With the previous lesson, Zhang Jiafeng wouldn't find a prostitute even if he was beaten to death. Oh, okay. Lan Ling didn't wear clothes when she slept. Therefore, she walked to the bathroom with her, but naked. In front of Yang Ming, there was nothing to hide. "Are you here to check the household registration?" Zhang Bin at the side was a little impatient. "Are you doing business or not? If not, we will go to someone else's house." "You are." Lu Weishan felt that Yang Ming looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Yang Ming had the urge to carry Lan Ling back to the bed and ravage her, but time was tight. He could only think about it. Yes, Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with her, so he explained, "We are students from Songjiang University. My girlfriend's family is not from here. She wants to rent a house nearby to accompany me. Can you help me to see if there is a suitable one?" "Wait, let me check for you." The middle-aged woman took out an old booklet and checked. "What standard do you want? How much?" "I'm up." Lan Ling sat up quickly and rubbed her eyes. They didn't talk along the way, but Lan Ling's residence in Songjiang was a problem. He couldn't just take her home and leave, right? Although he and her were already husband and wife, things had to be done step by step. He had to let his parents accept it bit by bit. "Boyfriend and girlfriend? Are you adults?" The middle-aged woman curled her lips. After simply packing the luggage, Yang Ming used his X-ray vision to scan the entire room. He was afraid that he would miss something in the corner. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.